I'm ready to roll, or roll by
Excellent.
roll.
All right. I think I've got everything ready to go on my end here. Yep, little out of practice. Um, so anyway, welcome back everybody for this is session number 5 of Adventures in Emathan. I've had a couple of weeks off. So I wrote a fairly lengthy recap today just so that everybody could remember what the heck was happening last time we played. So we'll get started with the recap here. Okay, so as the last session began, you stood on the upper floor of an old mill house, having just witnessed the disappearance of a heavily cloaked figure you had encountered there. As the party began to search the room, a yell came from Wren on the floor below that you had company. The party quickly descended the stairs and found Wren trying to hold the door closed against the flailing attacks of more zombies that had appeared outside. A short battle erupted, which ended in a pile of stinking, rotting bodies piled in the doorway. With the immediate threat taken care of, you moved down the stairs into the old millhouse basement. A place that remained unusually dark even with your torches lighting your way. As Nightingale rounded the corner, he came face to face with a zombie, but it did not attack or even move. A quick visual search around the basement revealed the 2 tiefling sisters you had come to find standing against the far wall. The zombie held its ground as it seemed to be watching over the girls. As soon as Nightingale approached the girls, the zombie attacked, but was quickly sent back into the deathly state from which it had come. Wren raced over to the sisters, only to find them in some kind of deep trance that they would not come out of. The teardrop-shaped sunstones they had shown to Wren were clearly visible, still embedded in their chests. Corvus and Douglin each took one girl over their shoulder and headed up the stairs. After a quick search, the party departed for Whalespell, leaving the old mill house ablaze behind them. In Whalespell once again, you stopped at Wren's townhouse near the harbor. After the discovery of a large round sunstone in a small wooden box you had found at the mill house, it was decided that there must be a connection between the sunstones in the girls' chests and this one. The girls had snapped awake when this stone was picked up and were following it with their eyes everywhere it went. The decision was made to destroy the large round sunstone in hopes that it would break the trance the girls were in. The plan worked and the girls were freed. Still feeling the need to look after them, Wren made the decision to escort them back to their homeland in the Sea of Sand, a round trip that would take her several months. Departing Wren's, you returned to visit with Ferric and Dawn. There you learned that Douglin had been requested to return to the Wind-kept Citadel. You traveled there at once and were seated before Galen and Odessa Atwater, the commanders of the Citadel. Galen and Odessa had arranged the meeting at the Seer Yenel's request. They shared all that they knew about the Gith in hopes that it would help Douglin on his quest. This included information about the alliance between the Githyanki and the Dooms, and that the Vanguard had met with the Githanthor with the help of monks who lived in the Timeless Temple near the Kingdom of Alagon. The Atwaters made it clear that they were not suggesting any course of action, just providing what information they could to help you make a more informed one. During the meeting, Odessa noticed Corvus's slave collar. During a short private meeting with Corvus, Odessa professed her hatred of slavery and suggested that he go see Temzart Roywinkle at the Muckabout Tinker Shop in Whalespell. She believed that he might be able to remove the collar. With your visit with the Atwaters complete, you headed to the Muckabout, where you indeed met with Temzart. The eccentric gnome explained that Corvus would have to let the collar choke him unconscious, at which time Temzart could use the slaver ring to release the collar. Thankfully, it worked, and Corvus was freed from the collar. Truly a free man once again. Over the past several days, the decision had been made to travel back to the Kingdom of Evendor to speak with Anton. Now was the time. With your departure from Whalespell looming, you gathered with Ferric, Dawn, Ren, and the sisters for a night of celebrations. After many laughs, dances, ales, and of course pitchers of goat milk, you retired for the night. As today's session begins, it is the 21st day of the third Trigon of Gath's influence at approximately 8 a.m. You have just finished acquiring horses from a day's ride stables on the northern edge of the city. Horses arranged by the Vanguard at a fraction of the usual cost. You have a solid 9 days travel ahead of you as you trot out of Whalespell towards Langdale and the King's Road.
Nice.
Any clarifications in there, gentlemen, anybody needs before we mosey along?
That all seemed to be what I have in my notes.
Excellent. Your notes from days ago?
Yeah. Back when we used pen and paper.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, I reckon we better get moving on our journey. We got 9 days of travel.
I think you're right there, Pilgrim.
Making fun of me?
Isn't it obvious?
Were you in character? Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. You head out of town. The weather's fairly nice today. As you've seen this time of year in the protected lands, the weather can go from nice to cold to rainy to snowy. Today you've got a fairly nice day, and you make decent time on your travels. You only encounter one group through the day that are heading towards Whalespell, a small group of merchants, maybe a half dozen wagons. They don't, in your conversation, they don't mention any troubles. They said they've made good time from Langdale to get to where they were, where you've met them. And you continue along till it's starting to get dark on your first day, and you make your camp. The group goes about putting camp together. Corvus heads off into the forest and comes back with a couple of grouse that he's managed to find out there, which will make a nice addition to your supper. So after making some shelters and getting a nice fire going, you're sitting around and eating, and Nightingale and Corvus, you notice that Douglin has been pretty quiet for the past hour. and mostly just, just sitting there with his food, just kind of staring into the fire. And then suddenly his head just kind of drops and he slumps forward a little bit. And at first you just think that, maybe he's fallen asleep. But then you notice there's a faint white light aura that's starting to glow off of his body. Douglin, you open your eyes and find yourself standing in the middle of a large, bright, white room. All around you are tightly arranged marble columns surrounding a marble tile floor. Beyond the columns, you see only fog and mist swirling around. In the middle of the room is a large pool of water. As you stare in the pool, it begins to show you scenes of Maggie fighting side by side with the Githyanthor against the Githyanki. You are amazed at the skill, bravery, and leadership that your young daughter shows. You feel yourself swelling with pride and admiration. I guess she was listening to me after all, you smile to yourself, thinking about all the days of training you had put her through. The scene in the pool begins to fade as a figure of bright white light appears on the other side of the pool. You don't know why, but you know at once that this is Gath.
Douglin, your daughter's bravery in helping the Githyanthor to defeat the Githyanki is remarkably selfless. She fights to ensure the protection of both their world and her own. She fights for the protection of the only family she has left. She fights for you. Her strength comes from a great source. Her strength comes from you, Douglin.
The bright white light begins to fade just a little, and you can see the familiar robed silhouette of the gods.
In the coming years, Emathan will need many, many more like her. It will need protectors of what remains good in the world against those that would take it away or destroy it. On this day, Douglin, I ask that you become one of those protectors. I ask that you take the oath of the protectors and help to protect Emathan's good people. Will you do this?
Through watery eyes just coming down, I fall to my knees, bow my head. I will.
So the pool disappears in front of you, and you find yourself on one knee before the figure of light. It reaches out a hand and touches your shoulder.
Go now. Do not worry for Maggie. You will be reunited when it is needed. Follow your strength. Be the protector that Emathan needs. Your path forward begins with Anton.
With that, the light in the room grows so intense that you can't see anymore. For Nightingale and Corvus, the white light that's glowing from Douglin continues to grow brighter and brighter until you can't even look at him anymore. Then suddenly the light just disappears, and Douglin is standing before you where he had been slumped moments before.
Are you okay?
Douglin's going to stand up. His eyes are still going to be glassed over. Like you can tell he's still not there. And he's just going to mumble, I am the harbor in the tempest. I am the bastion of light to the darkness. I must endure hardship and pain so that others may live. I am the shield against the blade. I will not stand by while others suffer. All are under my charge, and I, their guardian. And then he kind of shakes his head and, Corvus, is everything all right?
Well, that's what I was asking you. You became luminescent.
Oh, I didn't know you fancied me. But
Night-
thank you.
You wish, manling.
Nightingale at this point is looking down at that grouse and looks over to Corvus. I wonder what the hell you put in this stuff. Any mushrooms of any kind? Douglin seems to be out of his mind. What were you just mumbling?
I saw her again, boys.
Maggie.
Aye. And
What?
she's got right on her side. I know what I must do. I have my path, gentlemen.
What was making you glow like a torch?
I'm not quite sure, but where I was, I saw Gath. Gentlemen, his light was so bright. It was incredible. I have no words. I just know what I must do. My path is clear.
Do you mind sharing it with us?
I agree. Where are we headed, Douglin?
Well, the short of it is we need to find Anton. I think we need to get him safe, get him out of danger. He definitely was a lure for the Gith Yankee there. We got to find a way to protect him. But the big picture, gentlemen, is we got to protect it all. And that's what I've been tasked to do, is protect it all. How I'm going to do that, I don't know.
What
But
do you
I'll
mean
just
protect it all?
I have to guess the good folk of this land. I think there's something coming and we need to be ready. I saw Maggie fighting. She's fighting alongside this Gith and Thor. Oh, you should have seen her, lads. Incredible. If she can do that there, I can do it here. But I was told this. It's not just her world that she's protecting. It's both, and they're tied together. So for my part, let's start on our way to Anton. And I'm sure Gath will guide me on where it needs to go next.
Well, if I might make a suggestion, you can start protecting the people by having a bath.
Did I shite myself?
You've always got such a way with words, Corvus. Straight to the point.
Your body odor will kill us all before anything else gets to us.
Oh, I have something called divine sense. It's impossible for me to smell that bad.
Keep telling yourself that.
Coming.
Well, Douglin, if Anton's our mission, maybe we should make haste. I know the Penumbra Bards are interested in his well-being.
Nightingale, I think it's all tied together. There's something about Anton, and I'm sure that wine that he makes, it's got these Gith all up in a tiz.
It's got a lot of parties interested. That man's in more danger than I think he realizes.
Aye.
Well, it sounds like nothing has changed. Our plan is still the same.
True. It's just unfortunately now we've got a divine calling. Can't really back out of this one, can we?
Gith is not my god.
All right, gentlemen. So you continue to chat amongst yourselves, about Douglin's experience and in being called upon to take the oath of the Protector. It is an uneventful night, and you arise to, once again, fair weather conditions. Thankfully, and it looks like it will be another nice day on the trail. You saddle up the horses and climb on and head on down the road. The day is, you make pretty good time. You know, you don't want to push the horses too hard. You do have 9 days of travel ahead. The worst thing that, you know, you could have is to have a horse go lame or such if you're pushing it. So you continue making pretty good time. About mid-afternoon, you are coming around a corner, and Corvus, you just, through the nature, you know, through the sounds, you just feel that the animals around you are uneasy. There's something different about the area you're walking into.
Mithras, go scout. So I send him up to fly high above and call a warning if he sees anything.
All
What's
right,
got
so
you spooked?
off
Gentlemen.
to the left, there is a bit of a ridge. Goes up maybe about 15, 20 feet or so. As soon as Mithras takes off, he starts cawing wildly. There is clearly something up there, and you hear some growls up there and some howling. And immediately appearing on the ridge and running down the side, you see 2 wargs, the big animals that you had encountered with your first time meeting the goblins, with goblin riders, and they are running down the hill. Oh, yes, they are.
Shall we roll for initiative?
Yes, let's get initiative for everyone.
Corvus, the first one, or Mithras, the first one to see him, has the crappiest initiative.
Ah,
Hey, he was so startled by what he saw.
Yep.
All right. So down the trail, 2 goblins appear up on the rocks with bows drawn, and then you have 2 other riders coming down the hillside off to the left. I will share the map with you.
I'm on a horse. It's where I feel most comfortable.
You are on a horse. Now, mounted combat is probably not something that we have done very often. I was going to take just a quick second and remind everybody how mounted combat works. Is that a worthwhile venture?
I'll be
Very
getting
much.
off my horse.
Yep, but just so you you are starting the combat mounted. So, mounting and dismounting. Once during your move, you can mount a creature that is within 5 feet of you or dismount. Doing so costs an amount of movement equal to half your speed. Okay, so Barry, you're saying you're going to dismount there. Dismounting will cost you half your speed.
Okay.
When you're going to mount your horse, you need to have at least half your movement left. So let's say if you were a 30 and you got to the 5-foot square beside your horse, you would have to have 15 feet of movement left in order to climb on the horse on that turn. Okay. If some sort of effect moves the horse, you must succeed a DC 10 dexterity save or get thrown, and you land prone on the ground in one of the 5-foot squares before it. If your mount is knocked prone, you can use your reaction to dismount as it falls and land on your feet. Otherwise, you are dismounted and fall prone. As far as controlling the mount, when you're mounted, you have two options. You can either control the mount or allow it to act independently. If you're riding an intelligent creature, it always acts independently. So that would be like dragons or things of that sort. You can control a mount only if it has been trained to accept a rider, which your horses have been. The initiative of the controlled mount changes to match your own. When you dismount, or if you're not mounted, it rolls its own initiative. Generally, with the horses you guys have, they're just going to run away. The horse can take one of 3 actions. It can dash, disengage, or dodge. All right. That's all I got to say about that. Everybody's got the map up?
Yep.
All right. And at the top of the order, we have Goblin 13.
I hate
remember.
him.
I think he's my favorite goblin. All right. He is going to take a shot with his bow at Nightingale. So as he's riding down, he just reaches out with his bow and lets fly an arrow at Nightingale. And he hits. The arrow barely grazes you.
Well, if that isn't a friendly welcome.
All right. Warg 1 is, because he's kind of blocked by the other warg right now, he is going to ready an action to use his full movement as soon as the way is cleared for his action. He's going to follow Warg 8. And Warg 8. Come along, Rider. That's one thing I wish Fantasy Grounds would do, find a way to pair tokens some way. And so then Warg 1 will take his reaction. All right. We didn't really say whose horse is that. That looks like Douglin's horse.
Yeah, 19. I'm on 19.
Yep. So you're riding the horse, so you can pretty much control whatever it's doing right now. What is it going to do? Move? Is it going to
Yeah, so
dodge?
I can have it go towards Warg 8, Goblin 13, and then then my turn, right?
Then on your turn, you'll do
Got
your
it.
thing. Right now, its movement is your movement unless you dismount.
But it's more
You
though,
move
right?
its move, yes.
Horse is what?
60.
Okay, got it. I want to go. Let's see. Why am I not moving? Well,
I don't think you can move that
Okay, I'm gonna go 10 feet away from Goblin 13 and Warg 8 if I could.
Right to there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then take a crack. I'm gonna take a crack at the Warg.
Okay, I'm just going to advance to you.
There we go. So let's go with... Okay. So Douglin, definitely used to being on horseback, but it's been a while. Takes his halberd. He's like twirling it as he gets closer to this Warg, and then just uses it almost like a gigantic axe. Take a crack here. Excellent. All right. I have to work out thematically how he can do his pole arm second attack, because technically it's supposed to be the butt. I'm going to say that he comes down on it and like immediately chokes up and then butts it right in the forehead.
All
Does
right.
that sound good?
Yep.
All right.
2 hits.
And then a question for you. Since I'm mounted and I still have movement, can I move the horse back 5 feet? Is that how it works?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
As long as anyone still has movement, it can be chopped up however you want in your...
I want to move back outside of the 10-foot range. I just want to go back 5 feet because hopefully then they come in within 10 feet and then I can take an opportunity attack. And that's my turn.
All right. That takes us to Corvus, your horse. Where are you going?
I don't think I'm gonna go anywhere. I'm in a good spot here to target anybody that I need to. So, the horse is going to stay put.
All right. And who are you targeting?
You take care of those archers, Corvus. We got these wargs.
Well, it's not my turn to attack though, so I'm.
Yeah. So the horse, you want to take the dodge action with the horse?
With the horse, sure.
Okay. And we will advance to you, Corvus.
Yep, I could hit him. So I am going to cast. Where am I? Oh, if I was on the right character sheet. As my bonus action, I am going to cast Hail of Thorns. Aha, okay. Sorry, just had to figure out how to use that particular spell. And attack the warg. So warg 1. My longbow. Oops. It didn't do the damage. I guess I have to roll the damage separately and do it automatically.
For the
Hail of
Hail of
Thorns.
yeah, it doesn't look like it. We'll
Yeah.
have to check and see if there's an effect for that we can
Okay.
add in there.
Yeah, I cast it and it shows up on my character sheet, Hail of Thorns. But when I did the attack, it didn't do it automatically, which is weird. So in addition to the normal effects of the attack, each creature within 5 feet of it must make a dexterity saving throw. A creature takes 1d10 piercing damage on a failed save or half as much on a successful one. So I did 5 damage to the warg, then that warg, the rider, and I don't know, it's up to you if warg 8 is within 5 feet of it or not. Should also have to make a save to this damage.
Half damage for that one. Yeah, I would. Well, so you cast it on the on Warg 1, right?
Well, I cast it on my arrow, and then it hit.
Yeah.
I hit Warg 1, so
Warg
Warg 1 should take half damage. Goblin 9 should have to make a save or take half.
Yeah, and
Take half or
Warg
full.
8, but we'll say not Goblin 13.
Okay.
Craig, there is a spell effect if
Yeah, I have it cast on myself, and it
I can
worked
see
on.
it. It's on his sheet, but it doesn't seem to
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, well, it's gone now that I've actually cast the effect, but it only did it on the warg, so maybe I have to target.
You have to target the other ones as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're good there now. You got everyone.
Did the damage? Do you want me to cast it on Goblin 9 now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Get the Goblin 9 and Warg 8.
Oh.
The thorns are flying. Did we have someone that had that spell before? Or that effect before?
A long time ago in a different campaign.
Yeah,
We've had a couple rangers come through.
that's right. That's right.
I didn't want to tell Craig it was the cursed class.
they do usually want to be on their own in the woods. I'm just saying.
Okay, I think that's it. Okay, now I know how to use it.
Yeah, I guess it's just the targeting thing, so. Okay, that takes us to Goblin 7, who is up here. Within range. All right. So Goblin 7 is going to take a shot at Corvus. Oh, the arrow whizzes over your head, Corvus. I'd say parting your hair, but I don't believe Corvus has any, so. All right. That
Not
takes
even
us
eyebrows.
to... not even the player does. So, Nightingale.
Nightingale will... His horse is just going to take the dodge action. It's not going to move.
Okay.
And then for my attack, do you want me to just advance it?
Yep. that's
I
fine.
will drop off the horse using it as cover. And pulling out my short bow, I'll take a shot at Goblin 13.
Did Nightingale
Okay.
take damage?
He did.
Okay.
First attack.
First
Or
attack, that's right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nicely done.
Don't get too excited, gentlemen.
No additional critical there.
But it's always a crit. You got to get happy with a crit. Come on. And you just knocked it off its ward, man. Nice.
Yeah, just a keen shot between the eyes. Well,
You
folks,
killed him.
that's how it's done. And then using his object interaction, and DM, this is up to you. I want to try to keep the horse between me and them so that it won't run away. If I can consider the horse an object.
Yeah, sure.
Either, it's just keeping myself so that it doesn't move and panic. Does it offer me cover?
Yep, we'll give you partial cover with it.
Perfect. Okay. Corvus, you focus on those archers so they don't peg us off, will you, bud? And that'll be
They all
my
have
turn.
bows, you silly man.
All right. Goblin 3. All right. Is also going to take a shot at Corvus with its bow. Another arrow parts that missing hair. Arrows whizzing by you there, Corvus, but nothing has made contact yet.
Just might shave my head after this.
Mithras.
I want him to continue scouting, so I want him to fly up high above and like circle us
Okay.
and call out if any more goblins start coming.
Alrighty. That takes us to Goblin 9. Goblin 9 is, with his bow, going to take a shot at Douglin. Oh, and he hits. Oh, get a good whap by that arrow, Douglin.
Ouchie.
And
Bet you your god didn't see that coming.
That will take us back to the top of the order with Warg 1.
May I?
It's 10 feet you initially hit at, right?
Correct.
Yep, go ahead. I'll leave him there for now and then finish his movement.
Oh no.
Oh!
Goodness gracious.
Womp, womp, womp.
Yeah, there was no sound effect for that.
He overbalanced
Yeah, I'm
on
not sure
his
what's going on there.
on his first hit.
All right. And he's going to finish his movement and run up right beside here. Attacking with his bow. Nope, not with his bow, with his sword, I mean. When we get to that. Okay, so Ward 1. Oh, come along, Ryder. Okay, Douglin Warg 8 is moving into your range as well.
I just have one, unfortunately.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
That's right.
one reaction. But I appreciate the thought.
That is a reaction, indeed.
I love that he's carrying the dead goblin.
Just strapped to him.
It's like
Flopping
hanging
over.
off.
Pretty much, it's just flopping around as he's running in to attack. Oh, sorry, I should have attacked with with Warg 1 first. Rookie.
Well, that's okay.
All right. Warg 1 is going to attack Douglan's horse.
Roach.
What you
Poor
named your
Roach.
horse?
Oh, jeez. My poor horse.
It's
Target's
decapitated.
head is decapitated. Ooh. So, the warg tears your horse's head off.
Colin, I got a question. If that critted on me, would my head be rolling right now?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, it would
Oh
be.
my god.
Better your horse than you, I guess.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay.
All right,
Poor
horse
Roach.
19 is dead.
Wow.
And now we will move on to not Douglin, but Warg 8. I guess it will, since Douglin's going down, it will attack Douglin. And it misses as you're crumbling to the ground on this beheaded horse. Well, at least you have a horse head you can send to
Yeah.
somebody now. As a
Yeah, I was
message.
gonna say.
Is there anyone we wish to warn? Someone that's pissed us off.
Douglin,
All right.
you are coming crashing to the ground off this horse. You will see. That's basically a falling horse, which means you need to
If it was a reaction,
use your reaction to stay on your feet.
and you regain your reaction at the start of your turn, right?
So
Or
you
I'm
didn't
prone.
have a So you didn't have a react. You used
I'll
your
stay
reaction
prone.
already this round.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'll,
you're
I'll just stand up. Yeah.
Yep.
So I'm starting.
so you were
prone, I'll just
knocked
stand
prone,
up.
and then you can jump up as part of your turn. Yes.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna focus back on 8, and kind of from one knee, just gonna try to slice its legs out.
All right. You connect.
Nice.
Oh, nicely done.
Excellent.
It used to have 4 legs. It now has 2, and lies dead on the ground.
And as it goes by, he then takes the butt end and he's gonna jab it right in the eye of warg number 1. Yeah. Nice.
Oh, very nice hit.
Yes.
Very nice hit.
And okay. Nice. And that's my turn.
All right. Wow, some nice halberd damage there.
Way
Very
to
nicely done.
avenge Roach, buddy.
I did. Yeah. You take one of mine. I take 2 of yours.
All right, that takes us to Corvus's horse. Of course, of course.
Dodge action for him again.
All righty, Corvus.
Okay, well, now that Douglin is within range, I'm going to let Hail of Thorns drop. I'm going to drop concentration on it.
Okay.
And instead, I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on, if I can, Goblin 9. That's who targeted, right? Yep. And I'm going to shoot him.
Always a good strategy.
Yes.
Oh.
And miss. Even with my +2.
Is that it for you, Corvus?
I am going to actually. I guess it's too late. I already said he took the dodge action. I had a good idea, but it's too late. I'll do it next turn. So that's it.
Alrighty, that takes us to... Goblin 7 is going to take another shot at Corvus with its bow. Oh, and he finally connects. You maintain your concentration. He did very poor damage on you. Barely a mosquito bite.
Merely a flesh wound.
Alright.
You got yourself a new piercing.
Alright, and this time... this goblin is going to use his bonus action to hide. He jumps down behind the rock. That will take us to Nightingale's horse, which is jumpity and fidgety, but you are controlling it as cover still at this point.
It will still keep doing the dodge. Like I say, I'm just trying to always kind of positioning myself if it seems to be wanting to dart out of the way.
Okay.
Should I advance it?
No, sorry about that. That's right. Yes, Nightingale, what would you like to do?
Nightingale's just gonna move to there, and with his bow, I'll try to peg Goblin Rider 9. And being that my friend Douglin is there, I'll get my sneak attack in.
Excellent.
So he takes aim best he can, trying to hit a moving target on a warg isn't easy, but I'm skilled. I've been shooting since I've been young.
Nice.
Connect. Nice.
Just another nice chest hit.
The goblin is just along. The goblin corpse is along for the ride still.
And
So my hunter's mark jumps to Warg 1.
Alrighty. Is that it for you, Nightingale?
Nightingale's gonna call out to Douglin, "You're riding with Corvus," as I sneak back behind my horse for cover.
Okay. All right, that takes us to Goblin 3. Will take a shot at Corvus, continuing their peppering of him with their arrows. Oh, he connects. Ooh. It's a good hit, but you hold your concentration. That's for your hunter's mark, is it?
Yep.
And this goblin will also, as a bonus action, hide. As he jumps down off the rock and seemingly disappears into the rocky forest.
Got him on the run.
Mithras.
He's going to continue scouting.
Yeah. Mithras, you see a third warg rider come out of the woods.
Is 1 caw north and 2 south, 3 east?
Nah, he would know just to caw and then fly in the direction of the threat and like circle above it.
Okay. So Mithras is there. Do you want to... We'll move her right over. Him right over there. Obviously well up in the air out of arm's way.
Range. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, and that will take us to Warg 1, which is going to attack Douglin, trying to tear into you with its gnarling, foaming gnash. That's a word, I just said it is. Misses you. Big snap in front of your face. It's hoping to decapitate something else today.
Yipes.
All right. Our new warg, Warg 9. All right. Starts heading down towards you. Goblin 5, its rider, is going to take a shot at Douglin with its bow. Ever feel like you're right in the middle of it all, Douglin?
Oh, don't decapitate him! Don't
Please don't decapitate.
with an
Jeez.
arrow.
We're all going to be like praying you don't roll a 5 on that critical table.
Yeah.
All right, no additional critical
Dang.
Facts.
It's going to be one of those types of sessions.
Oh, that's at both ends of the possibilities. You take a good wallop from that arrow, Douglin.
Ouch.
And the turn moves to you.
All right. This is for my horse, you damn foul beast.
What was the horse's name again?
Roach. Damn it. It's the Witcher's horse.
Witch's horse.
Jesus H. Okay. Okay.
Is that your second fumble this evening?
Yeah, 2 crits against me and my horse, and 2 fumbles against. We're started out.
You're really working it there,
Yes.
buddy.
Someone has healing word.
I take it a couple hours in the saddle doesn't do Douglin any good.
But no, he is so stiff and sore. It's not even funny. He's still on one knee too, by the way. Couldn't get up. That is my glorious turn.
All right. That takes us to Corvus's horse.
Dodging.
Alrighty. Take us to Corvus.
Okay. Character sheet. I'm going to shoot the warg that's already damaged and hopefully try to get some of this Colossus Slayer action going here.
Alrighty.
See if I can hit.
What kind of websites you on, bro?
Woo!
A hit.
Nice.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
Whoa.
Beautiful.
That warg goes to meet its maker as that arrow buries completely inside of its now dead body.
Oh, but I accidentally had. Did I have?
35
Must have had,
Colossus Slayers on there and 2.
No, I had Hunter's Mark on there twice by accident. I applied it again
Oh, but
when
hey,
it switched targets. When I
only
shouldn't have
take
done
off 1 hit point because one of those D6 was a 1.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
say it.
So yeah, it's just it. Let's see, 9, 6, 7. That have made any difference to it? I don't think it would have. Wouldn't have made any difference anyway.
Nicely done, Corvus. Douglin looks like he could use a hand.
Yeah.
So Hunter's Mark switches to Goblin 5 now,
Alrighty.
and this time I will not apply it twice.
At least not while he's watching.
Yeah.
Okay, that takes us to.
Just gonna take the dodge.
Okay.
Again, Nightingale's
Excellent.
just kind of trying to keep this horse there so he gets his cover.
Nightingale.
Do I see Warg 9 and Rider 5 coming down the ridge?
Oh, most certainly you do.
Then the simple 10-foot step kind of moves himself around, draws another arrow, takes a few seconds to take aim, and let's cut loose for that Goblin 5.
Okay.
Nice.
Boys.
Oh, nicely done.
Have some.
Oh, I didn't hit
That
the Rider.
Goblin's so toast if I get a turn on him again. 'Cause
He
he's hurt.
is he's definitely looking hurting already. That arrow stuck deep in his side, and he's looking pale green, not his usual bright green.
Now, my horse can't move anymore, can it? Because I've done its turn. Like, would I be able to object interaction, grab its reins, and move it and me in front of Douglin to give him cover?
Douglas could just lie down behind the ward bodies surrounding him.
Yeah, he's got a lot of cover right there.
Yeah. Okay. Then
He's got a horse, headless horse. He also has a horseless head.
yeah, he got enough corpses to hide behind. Okay.
Yeah.
After Nightingale plants a arrow firmly in that goblin's abdomen, he sneaks back behind his horse. Peaches.
Peaches. Nice. All right, that takes us to Mithras, who continues to circle. I would assume with the circling, Mithras just takes the dodge action each time.
Yeah.
I think we
that
talked
makes
about
the
that
most
before.
sense. Yeah.
Yep. All right. Takes us to Warg 9.
Get ready for the pole arm pop. Dun, 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 dun. Come within a 10-foot.
There's the song the bard needs to create, the pole arm pop.
I'm already working on it.
All right. The
Hold on,
Warg
Pop.
makes its way to the bottom of the hill there and turns directly towards Douglin.
The brave goblin.
5. Now, Douglin, he's going to take a shot at you with his bow. I don't believe you're taking any cover at this point, correct?
Well, it's not my turn.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I
yeah,
mean. You haven't
yeah.
come back around to where you could choose that option. So he shoots at you with his short bow.
I am on a knee, if that matters. Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
cover.
That's all the difference. It shoots right over your head. That's
That's because he's still trying to get up.
Yeah, exactly.
Douglin, there is another warg and rider bearing down upon your position.
I don't know why, but he just sort of starts humming, Douglin with a halberd. Hold on, Hop.
Halberd style.
All right, since he is not one to hide, he's just gonna grab a javelin off of his back and chuck it at the goblin.
Okay.
Up in Evendor, they call those peg stickers.
Pig stickers.
Okay, it flies wide of its target.
Okay.
Oh, yourself together, Douglin.
I know. He's still like got what do you call it? Things in his head, like weird visions of gods and stuff like that. He's just not sure what the heck's going on right now.
Well, and I mean,
that's
Roach's head did just get torn
Yeah.
off, so that's
Yeah.
That would
that's a
be
little
pretty
distract-
horrific to be
That's a
riding a
little
horse.
distracting.
Corvus fed you the same mushrooms for breakfast that he gave you for dinner.
Exactly. I am going to take a couple of steps back, though. I could get to. Could I get to cover here? That's just not him. Screw it. He's going to take a couple of steps back to reposition. He stands up, like Nightingale can hear his knees popping as he gets up. But he gets to his thing and he turns and stands and just kind of puts his halberd between him and the oncoming Worgen goblin. Come at me, you foul beast!
All right.
I am here.
That takes us to your horse, Corvus. The dodge once again.
Dodge once again.
All right, Corvus.
All right. I'm shooting this goblin in the face.
Oh, in the face.
In the
He's got a family to support.
You should have thought of that before he came after us.
You hit.
There we go. That's better.
Oh,
Boom! Ouch!
Corvus, your arrow takes this goblin right off the warg, just boom, and he goes flying back
Pins
off
him,
the warg.
pins him to the dirt wall behind him.
Yeah, I was going to say, pins him to the wall.
Yeah, he's torn right out of the saddle.
Somebody definitely ain't pulling punches today.
Hunter's mark shifts to the Warg 9.
Excellent. Nightingale. Peaches. What is Peaches doing?
Millions of peaches.
If I'm not riding the horse, do I still have control of its movement?
No, you do
Nope.
not.
Peaches will take the dodge action. then.
So you would have to take your action to actually grab the reins and move
Yeah.
it with you.
Then Peaches will just take the dodge.
Okay. That takes us to you, Nightingale.
So I can say that I'm happy with my subclass choice so far.
Absolutely.
I hope so. Nightingale moves to here, or actually there, and then draws his arrow again, aiming at that warg since he's been having such luck with his bow today. Takes a shot.
Hey,
Oh,
Nice.
nicely done.
Nice!
Oh, nice. Maximum damage.
I don't know if you noticed, Corvid, but I'm used to tripping on shrooms.
Yes, you seem to have a rather high tolerance.
he aims for the
All
middle
of your
one.
meals will need to contain these. Going
Just
forward.
aim for the middle.
And you're
then
running
he-
back there,
Then he
Nightingale?
ducks back behind Peaches for cover.
All right.
Yelling, saying to Douglin, "Get behind my horse, you crazy fool! A god may have your back, but he can't block a warg."
I just don't have it in me.
All right, Mithras will continue to circle above, watching the area, taking the dodge action. Warg 9, now riderless, is charging straight at Douglin.
You get a pop there, Dougie?
Yeah, here,
may I
I'll
get
wait
a-
there for your
Polar Bob.
for your welcoming.
Yes.
You're welcoming. I like that. The Douglin welcome.
Yes.
Over to the face.
So, seeing as he has now Nightingale behind him, and he feels again this sense, divine sense of protection, he rears back, and as the halberd comes down, there is a glow that sort of goes on the blade that it leaves a trail of just light as he smashes down. He's going to use one of his divine smites. First level, and then let's do the damage.
Nicely done. All right, you leave this massive gash in the front of the warg. It is feeling that.
Hoping to take it out, damn it. I rolled
Douglin.
a 1 on my normal damage.
Sorry, that.
It's still, yeah, it's, he has to.
Sorry,
attack.
I forgot that wasn't your attack. That was your. All right, so we're going to now take an attack on Douglin.
Yes. I can't wait for Sentinel, because that would have stopped him in his tracks. Yes, I will be taking it.
Oh. He is staggering from your blow, Douglin, and snaps his jaws short of the target. It is now your attack.
All right. All right. Looking good.
Nicely done. Nicely done. It's nice of you to give him a chance.
Making it sporting.
Yes.
It'd still kill it anyway.
The butt end of my thing just goes right through its eye socket.
You flip it around and whap right between the eyes, and it just drops dead. It had nothing left.
Still got those two up there hidden.
That's right.
They have not run away.
Can Mithras see where they're at?
Mithras doesn't see anything. He hasn't signaled anything else in the area. It has gone quiet.
Well, as soon as it's my turn, I will run over there.
Are you riding your horse?
Yep.
All right.
I can't control the horse, though.
Wait for me. All right. Corvus, from where you are now, you do not see goblins anywhere. You can't hear anything in the woods. Things have seemed to have gone quiet.
Well, I'm going to dismount and then go and try to track them. Go to their last seen location and...
All right, so... Yeah, so your turn is next. So you can dismount, and then half your movement left.
So I can go there.
All right. That's it for this turn. Nightingale, your horse. Of course, of course.
The horse is going to just stay there. Dodge action again.
Okay. Nightingale?
Nightingale's going to he'll move over to here and hit. I shouldn't say hit. It'll be like, let me see what I can do about those wounds of yours, Douglin. And I'll cast Healing Word on him.
Okay.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, nicely done.
Yep.
Much,
Very nice.
much obliged, Nightingale. I was feeling that last one, eh?
The knees just immediately feel better, Douglin. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, yes.
Cortisone shot in the knee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, just like a magical cortisone shot right in the knee. Oh, that's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah, there you go.
And then after I've done that, I will head over and begin to search through. Tell Douglin to watch Peaches. Watch Peaches, Douglin. She's skittish.
Take better care of it than you did your own horse.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't let you watch Peaches.
Oh, but all the horse meat you'll have to eat tonight.
I let it go to waste.
All right,
Somebody told me
so
that,
Mithras continues to circle about. Not seeing or hearing anything. Those two goblins just seem to have disappeared. Douglin,
Someone told
what
me
you
that
doing?
that a man on a horse and a man walking get to the same spot at the same time. So I'm gonna go my 30 feet. Is that? No, that's 45. So let's go. Doot, doot. Sorry, it's more like right there. There you go. And then I'm gonna
You walk
take-
all the ways up to 45 feet, and then you're like, oh, I can't do that. So you walk back.
Yeah, I go back. And then I'm going to take the dodge action. I'm keeping an eye up the road there where Corvus is.
All right.
Nightingale, there's still nasties about. What you playing with the dead over there for?
Corvus has got it.
Corvus. Well, your horse is kind of on its own right now, but it's just sort of standing there where you dismounted it. Corvus. So the horse sort of operates independent of you now once you dismount it.
Yeah. Do you want me to make a tracking roll?
Yeah. So
Okay. Goblins are my favorite foe. Favorite
nice.
foe, so I get advantage. Nice. And is it a nature? It's a perception check, right?
If you're tracking, that's your survival.
Survival. Glad I had advantage.
Yeah.
4 to 14.
Corvus, you sort of take a look around the area. It would appear that the goblins, and there appears that there were 2 other goblins as well, so 4 in total, headed back north and then east into the forest, and based on the depth of their footprints, they were running for it.
I call back over my shoulder. There were 4 more. They fled into the forest. We should go finish them off.
Corvus, is it
I liked
along
how
the
that
trail?
long pause had crickets going.
Timing is everything.
Corvus? Are they along the trail that they took off to, or off the trail?
I don't know. Are they on the trail?
So they're not on the road that you guys are traveling on. Corvus, it does appear that the path that they retreated down is fairly well worn. This is not the first time anyone has traveled back and forth along that trail.
The path they took is well worn. Whether or not it's one that they have made or one that they have just commandeered, I do not know. But I do not plan to leave them alive to prey on other travelers. You can come with me or you can stay here, but I am going to kill them.
No, I think
We
I'll
should
come
be.
along with you.
We should be sticking together. If they're brave enough to be on the roads in the protected lands, their numbers must be heavy.
And Corvus, if I may, always assume I've got your back. Okay? You're in a group now. Okay?
All right. Well, let's be quick about this. The longer we give them, the longer they can prepare for our arrival.
Well, as you can see, I don't have my mount. Perhaps I could
Get on with me, old man.
All right.
I don't think you'll be fitting on a horse with Corvus.
Take mine. I will stay on foot so I can track them proper.
Sounds good.
Thank
Either
God,
way.
Peaches. He may have put us over the weight limit.
Don't worry, Nightingale. I'd let you be the small spoon.
Okay, we'll mount up and follow Corvus's lead. Nightingale will have his bow, like arrow ready. He's ready for these goblins.
So you're headed down this trail following the goblins.
Quickly,
Go ahead. Yep.
Before we leave the area, I'm going to quickly gather my arrows that I can. I can get half back of what I...
Yep, absolutely.
And say,
The one that's
I'll grab
buried
my
completely inside of the warg, with the death kill there. You can go after that one if you want. It'll just take a little cutting.
I'm gonna grab my javelin, which like missed everything and softly landed in the grass. It's in perfect condition.
Yeah, never touched anything.
Yeah, it's pristine.
Perfect. It's still clean.
Yeah, it's untouched. It's beautiful.
Okay. We're heading out.
And then head out. Yep.
All right. You immediately determine you can't ride your horses down this trail. The brush is just way too thick. You guys are struggling even just at your height compared to the smaller goblins who run under the bushes and such. It's pretty hard slog to move down this trail.
Corvus, is this worth it?
You tell me. The lives of travelers worth our discomfort?
Well, when you word it that way, you don't really give us much choice.
Well, that is the plan when I word it that way. Silly man.
Douglin isn't quite sure if this is part of the master plan, but he definitely feels drawn to eradicate what seems to be creatures that are going to prey on a pretty common trail, right? This is a path that many take, correct?
Goblins. Based on just the way the path is worn in the forest.
The original
it definitely
one.
looks.
Sorry, the one we were on is a path that a lot of
the one you're on
take.
is the road to Langdale.
Got it. Yeah. So no,
Between,
he's going to want to eradicate this as well. He is definitely feeling compelled to follow.
Well, if we got to dismount. I'm pretty sure a short bow would be useless in this thick brush, so he'll have his short sword out.
You can hobble the horses, and I'll try to my best to conceal them from. Set up some bushes around where they are, so a casual passerby is not going to find them and steal them.
All right. So
Leave
gang,
Mithras
we're going
with
to
the horses
reuse.
in case anything comes back.
We're going to reuse this map. pretend it's brand new.
Wow.
It's a completely different bend in the road that looks
I've
just
never
like the last
seen
bend
this
in the road.
before.
Yeah. So we'll just pretend there's no longer a road going through here. You guys, who are you riding with? Or no, nobody's riding with anyone because of the cover. So you guys come out. Mithras is still flying above the tree line, I would presume, Craig, and Mithras starts to call out that he sees something.
And is that like directly ahead of us, or
Directly ahead of you. So you guys, you're moving in a southeasterly direction across the map right now, and you're on a bit of a ridge. You know, you've dropped down a couple of ridges. From where you are, you're losing a bit of altitude from where the road was. You've dropped down on a couple of ridges as you've followed this pathway through. As you come up to the edge of, you clear the tree line and come up to this edge, and you see the 4 goblins are sort of huddled together down there. They seem to be picking through a bag of something. But when they hear Mithras, they turn and they start spreading out. So everyone roll for initiative, please.
Zoingas, yeah.
Nicely done, Nightingale. Oh, getting some better rolls here now. You get the electronic dice warmed up.
boom?
Look at that.
Boom. Wow.
Way to steal my thunder, Corvus. One extra point
indeed.
above me, dang you.
So you think you're going first, do you? Huh?
I did think I was going first.
All right, then Corvus. You've got line of sight. This is a lower ridge than before. You're only maybe 6 to 8 feet as this moves along. Corvus, you have line of sight to those little critters down there who are aware that you're there, and the 4 of them are all immediately running in different directions.
I will move to the edge of this lip.
You're about there. You're about 6 feet up.
And I'm going to shoot him in an attempt to kill him.
It's a fantastic battle strategy.
Yes. Brilliant.
Never before seen. There we go.
Nice. A hit.
Ho 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 ho. Aeneas.
Did the damage reflect?
It took a second. He is
take-
dead.
Take 5 off of that.
7? So
Yeah,
add 5 back
'cause,
onto him?
Yeah, Hunter's Mark died when the last guy died, so I forgot to take it back off.
Okay, just give me a second. That was Goblin 4. He would have died anyway with the 7 and plus 3.
The 10. Yeah.
The 10 killed him anyway. So Corvus, the arrow literally goes right through the goblin's body, and he just stumbles a pile of dead goblin onto the ground.
There's 3 more. They're scattering.
Nightingale.
Can I see them from where I am, or will I have to move up to the edge?
Nope, you can see them from where you are.
Right.
So the ridge is starting to drop down in front of you there. That's probably only about 4 down to nothing feet there in front of you. So yeah, you have line of sight on them.
Okay. Gonna let loose a short bow arrow. Hopefully I can peg Goblin 3. He's well within range. 75, so yeah, he's just in range.
Oh.
Missed.
The arrow just glances past his head. He may have dropped a goblin nugget, but he's good.
And then I will move to there. I figure
Are
it's
you
about
leaving Peaches behind?
I will leave Peaches behind. Peaches, stay here, my good steed.
All right. That
Hopefully I can draw them in.
It takes us to Goblin 3. Starts running.
It's going all over the place there.
Run away! Panic!
Yeah.
And as he's running along, he launches an arrow at Corvus. He fumbles. In his efforts to run away, he drops the arrow before it even gets free of the bow. Hoping none of his goblin friends saw that.
But they did. They all.
They did. They're all at disadvantage from giggling now. Douglin.
All right. Right to the edge there. And then he's going to throw a javelin at number 3. And yes, that is still within range. Okay.
Oh, Douglin.
Douglin, just as you're
trips.
preparing to throw the javelin, it slips out of your hands and falls on the ground behind you.
And he trips and falls on his face.
Much
For
like your
sure.
goblin comrade, you hope that nobody saw it.
Yeah.
But they did.
But we did.
Good Lord. Again, another end to another glorious turn for Douglin.
All right.
So glad we brought you along to this one.
Mithras continues to circle above, taking the dodge action. The horses just kind of stay. They're trained for the most part, unless they really get spooked, just to remain where they are when they get dismounted. So, Goblin 2 is running in the other direction. And he takes a shot at Nightingale with his bow. A hit. Ooh, the arrow wallops you a good one.
Ah!
Armor keeps it from penetrating. It'll just leave a mark you can talk about. Goblin 7, seeing his friend basically pierced through with an arrow, he's just getting out of here. Let's see, can you actually get there? Yeah, you can actually still shoot at Nightingale. So as he's running away, he takes a shot back at Nightingale. But he's just wobbling around as he tries to run away, and the arrow flies wide, killing Peaches.
Ah!
Decapitate Peaches.
I didn't tell you guys, but I took a level of barbarian. I'm raging.
All right, Peaches just stands there. Corvus.
Don't worry, Peaches, I've got this. And I'm going to shoot the one running away, so Goblin 7, seeing as he's the furthest away. Boom.
Oh.
Less dramatic.
Less dramatic.
The goblin hears the arrow and tenses up, and it goes just over top of his head. Got this. Nightingale.
I shall draw another arrow and I'll go for Goblin 7-2. He's seems to be the one running out of range the quickest, so I'll take a shot at him.
He's trying to make it to those rocks in the distance for cover.
Ah! Misses.
The arrow just thumps into the turf just behind him.
And I book her to there.
Alrighty. Takes us to Goblin 3, who continues to run for it. And is going to take a shot at Corvus with his bow as he does so.
My bow's gone cold.
The arrow just smashes into the rocks below Corvus's feet, nowhere close to the target. Douglin McCain. McCain.
6 feet ledge.
6 foot ledge.
So that would be double
5-6
movement.
feet.
Oh, you jump down
yeah.
and do that superhero landing where you cracking down on your knee.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll be.
but then
awesome.
he's down there for the rest of the turn, just
Yeah.
But
So
Peter,
Get your old bones down here, Douglin.
I
I
think
can't
Peter Griffin.
wrangle all these cowpoke myself.
you guys are all hilarious. Every last one of you.
we're just
All
looking
right.
out for your old knees.
So
Douglin.
yeah, Douglin, like anything but gracefully slides down the rocks, fumbles, kind of lands half on his ass, half on his legs, gets up, walks a few feet, point, and he tries to throw his javelin in the right way. Let's see if it works. Nope.
Gracefully lands in the grass once more.
I'd be sending an email to Fantasy Grounds at this point.
He's got
Dude.
so in his defense, the grass was kind of wet. So when he pulled out
Yeah.
the javelin, so when you threw it, your hand literally slid through the javelin and it bounced off your shoulder and fell on the ground beside you.
Douglin goes, maybe I loaded the javelins the wrong way. I'm throwing the wrong end. Good Lord. Yet another fantastic turn from Douglin McKay has come to an end.
All right, Mithras continues to circle.
I don't want to say
The
anything,
horses
but I think
hold their
Gath
ground, and Goblin 2.
Gath might be thinking twice over his decision last night.
Yeah. I
And
said to
as
protect.
Goblin 2 runs along, it takes a shot at Nightingale.
Maybe I'm not supposed to
Oh,
kill
a
these
critical! Ouch!
Decapitation with an
Yeah.
arrow.
creatures. Yes.
This could be it for Nightingale. Drops
You're
me.
down, Nightingale. The arrow sticks into your shoulder, and you're dropped to the ground unconscious.
This is not my curtain call. Oh, it goes all silent because I died. It's okay, guys.
Okay.
A moment
Okay.
of silence.
The
I'm not
bard-
dead
the
yet.
bard
I'm not
died.
dead yet.
Goblin
Bard died. Oh,
7
music went away.
continues to run. Can you still shoot?
He's 110. I think my longbow's 120 range. So
He's out of range for his weapon.
not at the range for mine.
Uh,
I don't believe.
in that case, he is going to use the dash action, and he, as his bonus action, takes hide and disappears into the rocks.
Curses.
Horses. Corvus.
Well, seeing as my initial target disappeared, I will go for Goblin 3. Actually, no. Goblin 2.
Oh, nice. Nicely
yeah.
done. All right. It tears across his back, and he is looking pretty worse for wear.
So then I'm going to come down. So difficult terrain. So
Yeah, so for 5 feet is 10 feet worth of movement there just to come down the hill. So you would have the other 20 feet of your movement.
I go to there. And that's my turn.
All right. Nightingale, your first death save is a success.
Yeah.
Goblin 3. Continuing to attempt to run away. Takes another shot at Douglin. He's laughing a lot at Douglin's effort with the javelin, but he's still going to try and pull off a shot. It connects. Douglin, you're feeling all these pins in the pin cushion. That takes us to Douglin.
Douglin.
Yep. I'm here.
He's coming up with his epic attack.
Hopefully it's not another javelin.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna take the dash and get right here.
All right. He is not getting away this time. And
Corvus.
that's it for you, Douglin.
Well, he's gonna yell, Corvus, I could use your bird.
Mithras.
I don't know if Mithras can make it there. Let's see. So he's going to head towards. He's got 50 feet. He can get there.
Alrighty. A little too far away to be of immediate benefit.
Yep.
Horses stay put. Goblin 2 is quite proud of himself and the fact that he has just dropped this guy and gets all psyched up and decides to charge back in.
I see. I sacrificed myself to draw them in.
Yeah.
Gets there and takes a shot at Corvus. Feeling that he's still got time to flee if he needs to. The arrow flies well over your head, Corvus, not even a concern. Corvus.
How?
Bless you.
I bit my tongue when I sneezed. Ow.
You use the spell of sneeze ability.
Yeah. All right. Well, he's going to regret not running away.
Maybe.
Nope. He doesn't care.
Maybe not.
I should have kept my mouth shut. I miss.
All right, Nightingale, your second death save.
Ooh, this arrow. Ooh, it's killing me slowly.
The first one, that one barely hurt, but this second one, that really hurts.
Yeah.
So you're 1 and 1.
There's another bard song you can write, Killing Me Slowly.
I'll have
All
to
right.
write that title down.
Goblin 3, with Douglin having caught up to him, he realizes he's not going to be able to flee. He drops his bow and pulls out his little scimitar and takes a swing at you, Douglin.
This is where Douglin gets dropped.
Yep.
We all die from goblins.
Oh, he connects. Oh, and his scimitar is the scimitar of paladin slaying.
Oh,
Yeah.
I heard of that one.
I knew it. Takes a good nick on your legs there, Douglin.
Excellent.
And it is your attack now against this young lad. He was top honors in Goblin School.
He's huffing.
He majored in pillaging and raping.
Oh, come on. This is bad. This is really, really bad. Oh,
There you
yay.
go. There you
I-
go.
I'm smiting. I have to. I need to do something. Oh, it didn't do it.
Nice.
It didn't do my smite damage. Huh.
Did you have it
Yeah.
targeted? Yeah. Well, just roll it. Roll the damage.
It's 2d8, right? I think.
Yep.
2d8. And I roll it over him, right? Nope.
You're just going to have to roll it, and I'll add the damage in. Yeah. 8. He is gone to meet his maker.
Excellent. All right. Then I'm going to head back that way.
All right. Mithras. What you doing there, bird?
He's seeing as that guy's gone, he's going to head 50 feet. That direction.
Alrighty. Horsey Goblin 2, realizing he may have made a terrible mistake,
Where?
is running for it. His all of his gumption has disappeared in one round as he realizes I'm the only one left.
Oh, dang.
Corvus,
Okay, gonna finish off this attempt to finish off.
I think they're just going to let you die, Nightingale.
Maybe.
A hit. We've
I'm
got
on my way.
time.
Yeah.
All right. That arrow smacks into the back of the goblin and he just grinds into the ground dead. You guys are killing me with your middle spaces here.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Yeah, I did the same.
Can I use a bonus action or object interaction to feed him my potion of healing?
Let me use lay on hands. I'll be there.
No, using that potion is an action. You
Is
can
an
pull
action?
a potion out as your interact with object, but to actually consume a
Use it?
potion is your action.
Okay.
All right, Nightingale, here goes your next death saving throw. It is a success. Ooh, 2 and
Power
1.
up the mushrooms. Power up the mushrooms. Not ready for death. No.
Douglin.
I'm gonna take the dash action and right there. And unfortunately, my lay on hands is an action. Otherwise, I would have done it. But I do cradle your head. I need to shake out get the goblin blood off my hands real quick.
Mithras.
He's gonna fly this way.
Look for baddies.
Look for baddies. Yeah.
Oh, there's a little raven caw in the background there. There he is.
Oh God, there's more coming.
All right, the horses hold their ground, and we are back to Corvus.
Well, now that the guy that's the healer's here, he's going to use his
Dash action.
dash action to go a full 60 feet. Sorry. Nope, this one.
All right, there we go.
In my comatose type state, I'm like, avenge me.
All right, that takes us to Nightingale. Oh,
Oh,
and
dear
a
Lord.
failure. The next one is the moment.
Thank goodness you're here, Douglas.
Well, I hope it works. The way I've been rolling.
I don't think you can fail. But we'll see. I will.
No.
say
All right,
that
Douglin.
because-
All right, no. Douglin looks down and sees a very, very pale. Well, his hands are pale anyway because he can't see his face. He resists the temptation to lift off his mask.
I'm not wearing a mask right now.
He's
we
got
can
a different
He's in the-
disguise.
He's in the
Got it.
Corey disguise right
Got
now.
it. So, but Douglin takes a second and just says, "Help me, Gath. Let's get this lad back up." And his hand glows. He puts it on his forehead, and as Nightingale comes to, I'll give you a 5 for now. That's I have a
Perfect.
few
Thank
left,
you.
but 5. And he looks down and he says, "I'm sorry, lad. That was just the absolute worst I've ever seen me. My apologies. I'm just not myself right now." Douglin is incredibly pissed off at how he handled this whole thing. He's completely off. Aside from the misses just running off after a goblin instead of helping you, he is like really upset. But he made it in time, so I guess that's all that matters.
Nightingale will grab your arm and be like, I live another day, fella. Help me back to my feet.
Am I the only one that after every sentence he says, I hear the words "waha"?
Same. Or pilgrim.
Pilgrim.
Waha.
So I got 5 back.
Yep.
Yes.
5 hit points back.
Nice. Thank you.
Don't thank me, son. Should have been here last.
You're adding those back in there, Nightingale?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what? Actually, before you do it, I have an effect. Let me see what it does real quick. Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, wait. Sure.
I just want to see. Let me target you.
So you're like, oh,
I'll
I'll
pretend I'm dead
continue
again.
bleeding out on the ground until you figure your shit out. That's okay.
No, okay.
You gave me
Yeah.
all of them.
Yeah, I don't know how to separate it. So yeah, just pop yourself back down to 5. Okay, I just wanted to know. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but
Yeah.
I
We
don't
can
know
experiment with it a little bit before the session next
Yeah.
week.
Yeah.
All right. Nightingale, you're coming to there, kind of sitting up. The battle has calmed. Mithras, you are not seeing that goblin that ran off again. He has disappeared into the woods.
Corvus will
Excellent.
track him.
All right. Give us a survival check there. With your favorite creature. Oh yeah. You can see where he went. He's wandered off. There's no trail this time. He was just giving her in, but you can see where he's headed off into the woods.
So I don't know if you want to just narrate it or if we want to play it out, but Corvus is going to want to track him and kill him.
Okay, we will call it done. You find him hiding a little while later. He takes a few pot shots at you. You notch an arrow and drop his wounded ass to the ground dead.
Once done, I'll return to the group. It is
All
done.
right. Douglin and Nightingale are just... Douglin's kind of helping Nightingale get himself patched up there and back on his feet. The area has gone quiet. Corvus, as you are walking back to where the rest of the group are, you notice the bag that the goblins were looking in is still sitting on the ground where Goblin 4 was dropped at the beginning of the battle.
Has anyone looked in the bag yet?
I was busy not dying. I'm sorry.
You're fine now.
What's in it, Corvus? Tell us.
I'll open it up, take a look.
All right, inside of the bag, Corvus, there's sort of a strange collection of items mixed with a fair amount of low coinage, and you do see there are 3 garnets in there that look like they would have some pretty good value. In the bag, you find a candle, a dried rabbit's foot, a miniature shield, a pewter spork, the 3 small garnets, and there is 17 gold, 34 silver, 52 copper. I'm not going to assume Corvus counted it all, but that is what's in there.
Little bit of coinage, 3 gems, and some knickknacks. I pull out the rabbit's foot and I hand it to Douglin. I think you need this more than any of us.
Ooh.
I won't disagree.
All right, I will put the dried rabbit's foot for Douglin. He could definitely use a lucky rabbit's foot. Are you taking any of the other items? There is a candle, miniature shield, pewter spork. Obviously, the garnets will be taken by someone. Who am I giving those to?
Go ahead and take him, Corvus.
I can take him.
How big is the... Sorry.
I'll take the spork and candle.
How big is the miniature shield? Is it like a...
It's about this big around. It almost looks like it's a little toy shield.
It's a belt buckle for you.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll take it.
Just toss it. It's not worth anything, man.
But you never know. I
Okay.
might bless it, and it'll become my official seal of the Oath of Protector Paladin.
The Goblin Slayer.
Yeah, Goblin. Jeez. Javelin Master.
Douglin. I can't remember my own voice.
All right. The items have been assigned, and gentlemen, I think this is a good time to
Go
take a
pee.
biological break.
Yep.
Sounds good.
All right, we will return shortly. Okay, we are back. So, yeah, you've just finished rummaging through this little bag of treasure that the goblins had. And what are we doing? I assume you're going to head back to the main road?
Yeah, let's get back on our trail. We'll never make it there if we keep killing every goblin we come across. Little bit of a scowl at Corvus. I almost died.
Okay, so you guys make your way back up, kind of bushwhack, back up that trail that you had traveled down in order to catch up with the goblins, and get back on the main road and continue along. You don't encounter anything else for the remainder of your day, and you make camp. A quiet night. Everybody's a little tuckered out from the activity of the day. The watches are uneventful. You're back up in the morning, back on the road, day 3 of your travels. And as you get into the late hours of the afternoon on day 3, ahead of you, you see Langdale. There's a fair bit of activity, around outside, typical to what you saw last time, where there's lots of merchants that are pulling in for the night, circling the wagons and making their little camps on outside of the walls of Langdale. Some are heading in, and you're sort of late afternoon as you arrive in Langdale.
Langdale. Yes.
Langdale.
Did
Well,
we want to run a
gents.
full rest before we...
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the reminder.
Shall we see about accommodation at the Twin Rose Inn? I'm sure Tavia and Harmit would be glad to see us, since we've met once before and such. I'm sure
All right,
Corvus left an
are you
impression.
headed to the inn?
Yes.
All right. So you make your way into town. The gates at this point are wide open. People are coming and going. The guards don't pay you much mind. You follow down the main road like the first time you came into town, and you come to the Twin Rose Inn.
Well, they got a stable boy that we can...
Yes, right beside the inn is the stables, and they are able to take the 2 horses.
By the way, the entire trip, Douglin has been completely not talking to anyone, just sort of in his head.
I thought you were going to say walking, because
Very much walk. No, he will not even accept the horse.
All right. You stable the horses and make your way inside of the Twin Rose Inn. As you enter through the main doors, you've been here before, so you're kind of familiar with the place. Seems sort of fairly quiet this night. There's maybe a dozen or so who you kind of presume to be merchants, spread around the tables. Nightingale, your attention is immediately drawn to a group of 4 soldiers that are sitting at one of the tables. Based on their dress and their looks, you can tell that they are people from Easterly. The emblem on their armor belongs to the royal guard of one of the most powerful kings in all of Easterly, King Baal Xanthram. King Baal rules a large kingdom along the west coast of Easterly that includes the steppe. So he's the king that oversees the steppe within Easterly.
Well, well. Is Tavia or Harmit within?
Yep. Harmit is behind the bar. Tavia is working around the room, serving drinks and food and chatting. And she sees the three of you enter, and she just kind of gives you a wave and says, "Just find yourselves a seat anywhere, gentlemen."
Nightingale will look for a table close to those Easterly soldiers if he can.
There is a table with chairs that are literally back to back with them.
He'll pick those so he can kind of try to overhear the conversation of these gents, figure out what they're doing here. But he'll kind of keep that a secret from the others. Be like, I found a good table here, fellas.
All right, you make your way over, have a seat. Tavia makes her way over, and she immediately looks at Corvus, and she goes, "Now, I know you, don't I?"
Yes, we were here, a week ago?
"Yes, that's right. You and another fella, a jester. He's not with you anymore."
You'll have to ask him.
I point at Langdale.
Yeah, I've taken the bard's place. Seems that these lads needed a bit more protection on these roads, so they hired me.
Well,
Corey Fairbanks at your service.
Well, it's very nice to meet you, Corey Fairbanks. Now, will you be staying at the inn?
He will indeed, ma'am.
And, we'll be eating tonight?
Yes, if you have any more of that rabbit stew, it was very good.
Oh, most excellent. Yes, absolutely. We can, we always have the rabbit stew available. Drinks for everyone. Now, I know the jester fella had asked for wine last time, and unfortunately we didn't have any, but we have had a couple of merchants come in since then, and we do have a little bit of wine to offer up now, should anybody like some.
Well, I can't speak for the others, but I'll try a little bit of this wine you've brought in. Seasoned, you've gone through the effort.
Excellent. So, will that be stew, ale, and wine for everyone?
Don't take water or goat's milk.
I'll need something a little stronger, lass.
I'm sorry, we don't have anything stronger than the ale. Just drink lots of it.
Fair enough.
Ugly.
And goat's milk for you? I think I do remember that. We can do that for you, sir, yes. I will get on this right away, gentlemen. If you need anything, you know my name. I'm Tavia. Just give me a yodel.
Thank you very much, Tavia.
So Tavia heads off, making her way from table to table, and then she's off in the back, preparing what needs preparing. Nightingale, the four gentlemen who are seated at the table behind you, you sort of are listening. Let's get an investigation check out of you to see if you're able to inconspicuously listen enough to hear. Yeah, sure. So they, I can work with the 14. They seem to be talking about their travels in the protected lands. They make mention of the fact that they are on their way to Evendor to speak with the king.
Okay. Kind of, as he's, leaning back and stretching and listen, Nightingale will turn to Douglin and be, Douglin, you've been awfully quiet this last stretch. What's eating you up inside, my friend?
Well, Nightingale, I used to be a soldier of some renown. I knew my ass from my elbow. What you saw the other day was nothing like it. I'm just trying to figure things out.
Can't be so hard on yourself, friend. We all have bad days. We're all alive.
Well, you have the right of it. We're all alive, but bad days from where I came from means people die. I can't let that happen.
Yeah.
Takes a long, long pull of the ale.
Corvus, I must say, man, you could track a halfling through a marketplace with them skills.
I'm especially good at tracking goblins. I've done it many times.
It would seem so. Well, I think we're making good time and cleaning up this road a little bit along the way. Again, though, Douglin, don't you be taking it too hard on yourself, my friend.
I think he is determined to wallow in self-pity tonight. Perhaps you should leave him be to it.
Leave him be, Corvus. A man's gonna wallow. He'd better be wallowing with his friends deep in a few pints, if you know what I mean.
I have a feeling he would prefer silent companionship.
Yeah, Douglin, like, is gonna get up and go to the bar.
I tell you?
Point taken.
He's just gonna think about things. He's got, a pretty heavy vision that's playing still in his head, that maybe he fully hasn't digested yet. So he's gonna go to the bar, take a beat, and just try to figure things out.
Well, since he's left.
Well, excellent. I guess that only leaves me and you to this talk.
Yeah, no. Nightingale will turn to these gentlemen behind him and be, beg your pardon, fellas. You don't look like you're from around here.
The one that's sort of sitting back to back to you turns back and says, my, that is very perceptive of you. You are correct. We are not from here. We are from Easterly.
Easterly? My goodness, I've heard about Easterly. What brings you to these parts? If you don't mind me asking.
So on the other side of the table, sitting across from you, that gentleman there, kind of with a big smile on his face, he kind of looks over towards you and says, that sounds like thirsty talk, if you know what we mean, friend.
You indeed.
Yes, we would like it if you bought us a drink. Thank you for the offer.
I'll kind of wave for Tavia. Be gents, if you don't mind me finding about you folk from Easterly, we don't get many of your kind up around these parts. I'd be willing to wet your whistles.
The one that turned back turns to his companion. He says, must you always do that? That's not a requirement, my friend, but if you'd like to join us for a chat, or we can put the tables together, we'd love to speak to a couple of the locals. We try to wherever we go.
Well, the big friend here isn't much of a conversationalist, but you're more than welcome to join our table.
Maybe it's best you pull a chair up to ours.
Corvus, you're on your own. Keep an eye on Douglin. Make sure he don't go all
Love it when
whiny
the plan
baby.
comes together.
Go emo.
Yeah, he might go all emo on us. You know,
Just like that, Corvus has got rid of everyone. Yes.
Truly, truly free at last.
And it's becoming too easy.
okay,
All right,
Corey will
you
join him.
yeah, you pick up your chair and you pull it around to the front of their table there, and the one who originally spoke to you, he says, "My name is Bellin, and you are?"
Corey Fairbanks.
Corey, it is very nice to meet you. You are local. You are from Langdale?
Oh, I'm from Whalespell.
Oh my. I'm not particularly familiar with the area, but I believe south of here, is that correct?
Southeast, you'd say.
Oh, excellent. And you're from the protected lands, obviously. Is
Born and
home to you.
raised. Born and raised.
Very nice. Well, as you can figure, we are not. We are members of King Balin's Royal Guard. We're acting as emissaries on some official business for the king.
Ah, you must be
What?
trustworthy fellas to be working for a king.
Yeah, the pay's not bad.
And you get to see all the neat places of the world, I take it.
So Tavia makes her way over, seeing that everyone is dispersed around the room. She makes sure everyone gets their food. She comes over to Corvus, and she's got a big, huge heaping helping of the rabbit stew for Corvus, and a big mug of goat's milk, as requested. She drops off the food to Nightingale. Are you going to be sitting here then?
I've met a few people I'm getting to know here, lassie. I'll be here.
Excellent.
You keep an eye on my big friend there. Make sure he don't get lonely.
The gentleman that made the reference to the ales kind of picks up his empty mug and he's like,
Oh, bless me. I almost forgot there, feller. Tavia, can you fill these gentlemen's cups for me?
"Oh, most certainly I can." And Douglin, I believe it is, he'll be sitting at the bar then?
Yeah, that feller's got some pondering to do.
Very well, we'll bring him his food.
Thank
so
you.
She carries Douglin's food back to him and then heads off into the back, while you can see that Harmit is pouring beers to be brought back to the table.
Excellent.
So now, you know why we're here. What brings you to Langdale?
Well, you see, growing up in the protected lands, you got all kinds of options for work. I myself have decided to be a bit of an escort for people on the roads. So that big feller back there, the white one, bald, ugly looking, the other fella there crying into his drink at the bar, I'm escorting those fellas to Evendor. Yeah, you can imagine how much fun I'm having.
We are headed to Evendor as well. We have to, well, we have been asked to meet with all the royal families in the protected lands. We unfortunately are bringing news of a growing war in the Barrens.
Well, is it something I should be writing home about, fellers?
The one of the others that hadn't spoken yet, he says, "My name is Tandar. The news, the growing war that Bellin is speaking of. Are you familiar with the war between the centaurs and the orcs in the Barren Lands?" You would be.
Would I? Would but as
That war has been raging for years, and everybody in Emathan knows about that war.
okay? Yeah, I heard it.
Well, unfortunately, the centaurs have been struggling through the winter against the what can only be described as an endless onslaught from the iceborne orcs. They are beginning to turn the tide, and it is of concern to Easterly, and with the steppe, there is always the imminent danger that any war that spills through the east would spill into the protected lands.
My word. Orcs get the upper hand. Now, do you know how they're getting that upper hand, or is it just a war of attrition that they seem to be winning?
So the one gentleman that has yet to speak, he turns and introduces himself. He says, "My name is Roko. The Iceborne have a new leader, a very powerful orc that they only refer to as the Dark One. It appears that under his leadership, the orcs have been able to gain ground against the centaurs. Not much is known about the Dark One, but it is and should be a concern of everyone's."
Well, my word. I'll have a look around, see if I can see if those drinks are coming.
No sign of Tavia yet. She's still in the back. You can see them on the bar on a serving tray. They're ready to arrive, but Tavia hasn't made it out to deliver them yet.
Well, Mr. Roko, seems this Dark One's got everybody in a tiffy.
Indeed. Some say he is likely the most powerful orc that has ever lived.
Ah, and you guys have stopped on all the way up here, every big city?
Well, we've only been to Elegon so far, and we are making our way to Evendor. We will continue all through the protected lands in hoping that we can rally some assistance in ensuring that we can move the necessary troops to assist the centaurs. The Roko kind of looks. Unfortunately, there is a lot of mistrust and trouble throughout Easterly amongst the kingdoms, and rallying the necessary troops there has not proven fruitful at this point. King Bael hopes that the protected lands can offer up something.
Well, you guys got yourselves one hell of a responsibility.
Indeed.
Like,
Thankfully,
you know
relations within the protected lands are much better than relations at home.
Yeah, we've got it pretty good here in the protected lands. Everybody seems to be willing to help one another out, but it's got its problems like everywhere else.
Always.
Maybe not as severe, but the haves and the have-nots, they're everywhere. But I might be able to actually. This is a funny situation. You see that big sad feller at the bar there I'm riding with? He used to work, or I should say, he was part of the military up there in Evendor. He might be able to give you a little bit of insight and maybe tell you the right people to talk to get the right things moving. Would you like an introduction?
I don't see how that could hurt. The first gentleman that spoke, Bellin, he says, I would be very interested in speaking with your friend.
Well, if you give me a moment so I can see a tray of drinks with you fellers' name on them up at that bar, I'll fetch them and that guy and be right back. One moment. And I'll stand up and I'll turn to Corvus and I'll be like, how's that goat's milk, man? You need a refill?
I'm fine.
I thought so. I'll head up to the bar. Goddamn fucking... I'll never break it through that stone exterior of that belly acre. Walk up to Douglin. Hey, Douglin, I got some fellers would like to meet a military man from Evendor. You think you got it in you to have a chat with them?
Yeah, I think so. Better than wallowing.
I know you're busy and deep in thought, but maybe talking about the good old days might cheer you up. And these fellers got a mission you got to hear about. And I'll grab that tray of drinks from the bar and be like, I'll carry these back to the table if you don't mind. I can see the missus is a bit busy.
Armit gives you the nod and continues serving additional drinks, pouring additional drinks.
Come on, Douglin.
Douglin will follow.
Walk back.
All right.
As Douglin walks past Corvus, he'll grab his arm and look up at him and say,
You may not have faith in yourself, but your God has faith in you. And so do your companions. That should be enough. It's more than most have.
and I go back to my stew.
No,
As
he
Nightingale's
nods.
scooching around the table, he'll drag his buttocks across Corvus's back. Excuse me there, filler.
That better be an offer.
Okay.
So I'll give the introduction. This is Bellin, Tandor, Roko, and sorry, I forgot your name.
Douglin.
No, not you, Douglin. I know you. Creepers. You could be laying off that. Rogear.
Bellin, Tandar, Roko, and Brogir.
Bro or Rogear?
Brogir. Broger.
And Broger.
Brogir.
Sorry.
So
Brogier.
while you were gone, Nightingale, they dragged another table up, so the table now sits 8. And, they moved the chairs around and that, so there's room for you and Douglin to join them at the table.
These guys are soldiers, right?
They are soldiers.
Okay. So, yeah, Douglin walks up. Name's Douglin. Pleasure to meet you, folks. My friend here says that you got some news about some happenings. What can I help you with?
We do, Douglin. Please have a seat. Join us.
I'll be like, Douglin, you get caught up on these fellas' story. I gotta go talk to my other road companion for a moment. The pleasant one.
All right.
Bellin introduces himself. I am Bellin, and you are Douglin, I believe he said.
That's right. Douglin.
Douglin, Nightingale says that you were once a member of the Evendor army, military.
I 24 years of service. Even for a bit, I was the king's personal guard captain.
Well, then it is quite the happening that we would meet with you here today. We are members of King Balin Xanthrum's personal royal guard, and we are emissaries traveling through the protected lands to speak with the kings on our concerns about the war between the centaurs and the ice orcs in the barren lands. Unfortunately, it has not fared well for the centaurs this winter. They are under the leadership of one that is referred to as the Dark One. Under the Dark One's leadership, the Iceborn have been able to gain great ground this winter, and King Balin is concerned that with the unfortunate tension between the kingdoms in Easterly, that Easterly may not be able to muster the necessary army to protect itself should the orcs get past the centaurs.
Douglin would also know about this war, right? Sort of an
absolutely.
ongoing. Got it.
Yep.
Hey, Colin.
It's a war that's been raging for, 4 or 5 years. Yes.
While kind of the soldiers are kind of filling in Douglin, Corey's gonna go to, like, he'll sit by Corvus and kind of shoulder to shoulder with him, be like, Corvus, I need you to keep an ear on this conversation. You're a man of many talents, and I think you might be able to tell us if these fellas are telling us lies or not. You think you'd be able to do that for me?
What makes you think that I am good at detecting lies?
Well, hell, you can tell when your crow's got to take a crap. I'm pretty sure you can tell when someone's lying. Come on.
You are a strange man.
You called me strange. You're the one walk around with a big bird on your shoulder everywhere you go. But can you help me out there, brother? Do you think you can give me a little insight onto what these fellas are telling the truth or not?
If I detect a lie, I will tell you.
Well, I'll be sitting at the table, Corvus. You can't just say that they're lying to me. How about you order a glass of goat's milk if you think they're lying?
I already have a glass of goat's milk.
Oh, goddamn, you're hard to talk with. I don't know how we're going to work together if you can't give me something to go on, boy. Okay, I see shit. How about you eat a mouthful of food every time? No, you're probably just going to keep eating anyway. Maybe shuffle your chair a little if you think they're telling a lie, okay?
Tell your bird to caw 3 times, God damn it.
Anyway.
If it'll get rid of you, I will signal you.
It will, because God knows I'm tired of this conversation. And I'll stand back up and pat him on the shoulder. And as I do, under my breath, I mumble my prayer and I give him guidance for his insight check. It requires.
All right, give us an insight check.
And
I don't know what makes you think. I'm not even proficient in insight.
I give you a +4 because it's the fact that it's not obvious. So that's a 16.
Corvus, you are, based on their words, their body language, the way the others are watching and sort of reacting to what's being said, you are certain that they are telling the truth.
Both! Excuse me.
Okay, carry on. I just wanted to make sure that was happening.
Yes.
Sorry for my disappearance. Carry on, fellers.
So, Tandar, who was the one that talked about the beer, he says to Douglin, "So, how long has it been since you were a part of the Evendor military?"
I retired about a year ago.
Do you think we will have any problems getting an audience with the king?
Well, if you'd let me make a stop, I could accompany you. I still have contacts there that we go way back. And if what you say about the battle that's going on there between the centaurs and those orcs, and this dark one that you speak of, not gonna lie, that's got my hackles up a little.
It should have everyone's hackles up.
I will say this, Bellin. King Cordell Evendor has always answered the call whenever there's been a threat to the protected lands. I can speak from experience. Been called to many battles that weren't our own. So unless something's happened in the last year, I think you could rest assured that at least one kingdom has your back. But again, it's been a year, but I think I can pull some strings for you. But I have a stop I need to make before.
That would be fantastic. We have been riding quite hard for several days now and had planned to spend a few days here. When we arrive in Evendor, how would we find you?
Come to and I'm sure it's a pretty famous winery, so I'll yeah.
Everybody would know.
Come to the Tionchar wineries. We're gonna ride on ahead. We're just staying for the night. We're gonna make haste there. I need to put my affairs in order. Find me there, and I'll escort you to the castle. As I said, I left on good standing, and I still have many contacts there that can help out.
That is a very gracious offer, sir. Maybe the ails of the night should be upon us, then.
Well, Nightingale will look to Tandor and be like, "You read my mind, boy.
If
Seems one good turn deserves another, if you know what I mean." He'll drink his cup.
Will Bellin, if I may ask, since we're going to help each other out here, it might sound like a strange thing I'm going to ask you here, but has Easterly seen any, well, I don't know how else to describe it, but enemies and weird folk from not this plane? Have you had any experiences, any odd arrivals of beings from another plane? Anything?
Unfortunately, Douglin, I have nothing I can share with you. If such a thing exists in Easterly, it is outside of our kingdom.
Fair enough. I had to ask.
Now, gentlemen, if you don't mind me prying a little bit more, being that the situation in Easterly's gone a bit south, are you guys keeping the jump open? Is that travel through that being monitored at all?
Well, the steppe is always monitored, both
that's right. Steppe.
Both on your side and our side. But obviously, King Balin understands the responsibility to ensure that the steppe is protected against any intrusion into the protected lands, as the Kingdom of Elegon has always ensured against intrusion into our kingdom as well. But it does weigh heavily on King Balin that should our kingdom fall, it would leave the steppe wide open to invasion of the protected lands.
Colin,
No.
has
Damn.
Evendor had any history with Easterly, about either positive or negative?
Nothing within Douglan's time. Evendor has answered the call in the wilds many times, but Easterly has never required help from the protected lands before.
But there's no animosity
within your age. There's no animosity whatsoever. Relations between Easterly and the protected lands is good. People travel through the steppe constantly back and forth with trade and travel and such.
So I think once the sort of the detail work of what they're looking for, Douglan's going to fall into a comfort zone because he's around soldiers again, which is basically his entire life. And it definitely seems to be what he needed. He has sort of a background of military, so there's sort of like that camaraderie. They, shop talk, let's call it, probably boring Corvus and Nightingale to death.
Oh yeah,
but,
as soon as that starts, Nightingale just smiles and sits up from the table and moves back next to Corvus and be like, I don't know what the hell they're talking about now. Cod pieces and pepper and things, and I think he's gone shop talk.
Well, I've been sitting here thinking about trying to figure out if I could think of something I care less about. So far, I've come up with nothing.
Well, Corvus. What is a new free man got planned once your obligation to me to get to Evendor is done?
I need to return home to the wilds. Warn my people.
Warn your people? Warn
The
them
brethren have returned to this, or have come to this plane. My people need to know. But first I will uphold my promise.
I'm grateful for that, I tell you. You and that bow of yours is a pretty lethal combination. You saved my ass, and I think Douglan's with them goblins.
We have saved each other more than once since we've met. There is no point in bringing it up.
Fair enough.
Douglan kind of overhears this, and even though he's been deep in soldier talk, well, Corvus, I know you said you'd follow till we protected Anton. What's the plan after?
Then I must figure out a way to warn my people about the brethren. Otherwise, they will all end up slaves like I was. And while I do not have a great history with my family, I do not wish to see them enslaved.
Well, seeing as you're gonna help me protect what remains of my family, I owe you one, and I'll accompany you.
Thank you. But where we go is dangerous. Not only are the lands hostile, but my people are not welcoming either.
Corvus, you forget, I did a tour in your lands. I am well aware of what your people are capable of, but let's leave that for a story for another time. I will accompany you. I know all the risks.
Well, Douglan, you keep poking around, seeing what information you can find out about this Dark One from these fellers. It seems like you're having a good old time there. They might open up to you a little bit more. Meanwhile, me and Corvus here will polish off a couple rounds of goat milk and see if we can't smooth over some of our colorful past, if you know what I mean.
Have at it, lads.
Is that why you rubbed your ass against me?
Well, it is one of my best assets.
Oh, God.
It doesn't smell as bad as your breath, I'll give it that.
Shoves it right through and it punctures the brain.
Makes it a quick.
Yeah.
No, but in all honesty, Corvus, I didn't enjoy, having the slave as much as you might think I enjoyed it. There were times I enjoyed it. I'll be honest. You carried my stuff. That was fun. But I know what it's like if you understand my meaning about being a man devoid of freedom. And I'm grateful that you haven't killed me.
You set me free. You do not need to worry about my opinion of your character. As I said, I am in your debt, and I am grateful. That
Great.
will not stop me from being an asshole, though.
Oh, I didn't think it would. Now, how about your bird buy us a round of drinks? I see my glasses getting a little low.
That's all right. The soldiers are picking up the tab for the night. So, Douglin, you guys talk shop for a while. They, the four of them they're all sort of, kind of mid early 30s. They have been members of the military in the Kingdom of Xanthram for basically their entire lives. Since they were teenagers, they've been in the military, much like yourself. As soon as you're old enough to become a member of the military, you joined like they did. You talk about, they talk about some of the incursions they've been a part of. You talk about some of the incursions you've been a part of. The talk goes back. They've all at one time or another have done, we'll say, a tour of duty in the Barrens, helping the centaurs, who they say are incredible warriors, but they have fought the war so long that they are just they are running out of troops. They and the Iceborn orcs just seem to be getting stronger and stronger, more and more of them. And over the last year, with the appearance of the Dark One, which they know very little about, they personally have never seen the Dark One. They've only heard, he is just the biggest and most powerful orc that anyone knows of. And the way that he's been able to pull the orcs together and lead them in a way that they have never been led before, between all the individual clans that are within the Iceborn, is starting to turn the tide in that war. That the orcs have always struggled to fight in alliance with one another, but the Dark One seems to have been able to pull all of the individual clans together, and this new united force really has a lot of the kingdoms in Easterly concerned. But within Easterly, the kingdoms, there's a lot of tension between them. They're always almost on the brink of war with one another. So they're all very apprehensive about sending troops, because that diminishes their army that they could use to protect themselves against each other.
So Easterly is divided up also into several smaller kingdoms.
Many kingdoms, yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
And their barons is like our wilds, more or less.
Yes,
like
the barons are, if you've got the map there, they're sort of northeast of Easterly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's very similar to the wilds that you have in the west. Sort of all that area as you get into the Barrens and up into where the Iceborn are from, in the very north there, is all very unsettled lands. Just lands of individual pockets of populations. with the centaurs, and there's other creatures that live in the barrens, but the centaurs are the primary inhabitants of the barrens.
And are orcs traditional orcs, for lack of a better term?
So, orcs within Emathan are traditional orcs, but I would like to say, because I was thinking this through to kind of give an easy way to think about it. Don't think about orcs from Lord of the Rings. Think about orcs from World of Warcraft.
Okay.
Where they're much more intelligent and bigger, stronger builds, and they're not just the slimy little half-beaten creatures that are in Lord of the Rings.
Orcs from Warhammer.
Yeah, exactly. They so within the history of Emathan, back before the storms and the gathering, the primary creatures within, or the primary inhabitants within Emathan were humans, halflings, and orcs. There were no other races in Emathan at that point. And, between the humans and the orcs and the halflings weren't involved in the wars for the most part. But humans and orcs were constantly building kingdoms and fighting each other, and that was sort of the old age, the before age, before there was
war times.
Yes.
Are there also dynamics within orcs? Like, are there some that maybe lean towards a little more peace, or is it?
Absolutely. So there are orcs that, like, if you go into the wilds, you'll see orcs who are interacting with the other races up there and stuff in common cities and free cities and things like that.
Got it.
And if you think Corvus hates goblins, wait till you see how he reacts to some orcs.
Yeah.
Well, but that's the thing. That's the nuance I was kind of going with here. If they are more like World of Warcraft, then there are different, like humans, right? There's evil humans.
They're like another race within Emathan. No different than elves and halflings and humans and orcs.
So that would that make it then so that Corvus's natural born hatred is to specific clans of orcs?
Could it be?
Not just
I mean, Corvus
thanks for nerfing me, guys.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure it out
because
I'm kidding.
For
you can kill
Corvus,
them all. It's okay. You can kill them all.
Yeah, kill them all, man.
Well, for Corvus, I mean, the orcs would have been in constant battle and competition with the Goliath clans.
Yeah. Gotcha.
All the north there, right? But
all up in the north, where there are orc clans up there that would have been in constant competition and thus battle with the Goliath clans that live in the far north of the wild.
If Corvus didn't have his promise to Douglin and a need to warn his people about the Brethren, he'd probably sign up to this battle. Because it's in the north, so like his type of area, and it's against orcs. You'd be like, I'll go.
Yeah, where do I sign?
I just want to make sure that if we're cruising through the protected lands and there's a nice, cute little family of orcs, that Corvus doesn't slaughter them. I just need to know what to be prepared for. That's all.
I would think, and Craig, I would think that, it would be. Corvus would understand that they're not the enemy, but you would still, you would avoid
do not like
them.
You doesn't mean I'd kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
it's like how he views Nightingale. He doesn't like him, but he's not going to kill me.
I don't like him either, but I don't kill him.
If I may, the RP is going to come. I strictly just wanted to establish that orcs are of many variety. That's all.
Yeah, think of orcs as another race within Emathan.
Yeah. They're not like goblins, which are evil.
Yeah.
Yes.
We established that first game.
And they're as diverse as humans can be. Is that fair
Correct.
to say? Okay.
There are orcs that live peacefully with humans. There are orcs that would slit their throat at the first chance.
Okay.
There are humans that would do the same.
Cool. Yeah. Apologies for the digression. I
No,
need to
that's
know
good.
all
That's
of this. Yeah.
we're going to come up within this, this homebrew world. We're going to come up against that lots of times where
Yeah.
we'll need to clarify how things work in this homebrew world.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Sorry. Thank you.
No, that's good. That's good stuff. All right.
Almost.
So the night goes on fairly late. There are many ales that are tipped amongst the six of you. Corvus does a pretty good job to put away a couple of pitchers of goat's milk.
Man,
Don't drink it like they drink beer.
I can imagine you around the campfire, man. Some
They
milk
wish to
farts.
poison
Oh,
themselves
God.
with that stuff. That is their business. My body's a temple.
So you all head off to your rooms, which you arrange later on. So each of you, the soldiers pick up the tab for the food and the beverages for the night. Each of you pay up, let's see here, 8 silver pieces for your room for the night.
No, we just
And
take it all
an additional 4 silver pieces for the stabling of the horses.
I
Well,
point to
hey-
the bird.
Yeah, we'll take it all out of the birds.
Yeah, so
what's
that's
the
1
total?
gold, 2 silver per,
Sorry.
so that would be 3 gold, 6 silver.
By the way, I think that's so cool.
Nope.
Like you've trained Mithras to be like on your shoulder. You like hand him the coins. He takes it over, drops it.
It would be 3 gold and 2 silver because you only have the 2 horses.
Thinking you're not the kind of kid who ever had a hamster.
Okay.
The way you
Very
handled
first.
that horse. Quick.
Corvus is like, I got this. All right, how much was that?
I'm so glad you got it because I lost my purse 20 minutes ago.
Yes. All right, you all head off to bed, and you're up early in the morning. The Twin Rose Inn only serves dinner, so there's no breakfast or anything in the morning there. So you guys head out and get back on the trail. You pick up the horses and mosey on out of Langdale, headed west towards Evendor on day 4 of your travels.
You want to pick up a horse, Douglin?
I think it's probably better. Yeah.
Is
Let's
there
hope
anywhere
this one
we can
doesn't
pick
meet
a
the same
horse up?
fate.
Yep, you can. There are stables in Langdon, or there is a stable in Langdon that you could purchase a horse. It will come at full pop.
How much is that?
Riding horse is regular price, Colin?
Yeah, 75 gold pieces for a riding horse. You still have your saddlebags and all that stuff that which you threw on the other. So yeah, just 75 gold pieces for another riding horse. You guys got enough chump change
Yeah.
for that left?
Yeah,
you
no,
just
I'll-
make sure you kill the beast before it kills your beast next time, okay?
Aye. So let me take that.
I'll pitch in 25 gold for it.
Oh,
Thank you, Mithras.
much obliged.
Mithras doesn't have 25 gold, but Corvus will pitch in 25 gold.
Okay. I will take it off mine. All right. I am
All
back
right.
on the saddle.
You are able to purchase another riding horse at the stables in Langdale, and you,
As you guys are
saddle
kinda
up.
riding along, you notice that Nightingale's taking little bits of cloth, rolling it up, and poking it into his cheeks to give his face a little fuller look.
I'm clapping coconuts together to make the sound of a horse.
He ran away.
I could just slap you to accomplish the same thing.
I'd pay to see that.
Yeah, but you'd have to slap him every day to with an even amount of force. To which Corvus replies, "I don't see the problem."
So we're leaving
Langdale.
and we're on the main road. Are the soldiers? They're going to stay in.
They're staying a couple nights to rest up.
They're staying a couple of days to rest up. They've been riding hard since Allegon and have decided to spend some time here.
I'd been like, "Oh, Muffin, are you okay?"
Yeah, you guys exchanged cell phone numbers. They'll shoot you a text when they get there.
Yeah, here's my Instagram. Just hit me up. No, but I let them know. Meet me in.
Yep, they know they're to go to the Tianchar winery when they arrive.
Yep.
Well, fellers, the King's Road ought to be a pretty fast and safe trip for us.
Expecting we do not encounter more goblins or bandits.
The King's Road's a busy road. They'd be brave suckers to put their faces on this one, but you never know.
All right, so you guys head out on day 4 of your travels to Evendor, day 4 of 9. The morning starts out fairly nice, but by midday it's clouding over, and unfortunately by mid-afternoon it is blowing. It's cold. You have it's raining.
It's just miserable.
My knees are killing me.
That's fine, Scottish weatherman.
Douglas' knees are just killing him. Got a little bit of thunder going on. It's just gotten nasty out. As you get towards the end of the day, you come to the crossroads where the road goes north up towards Windrest. And for the knowledge of the group, actually, Douglin, you would know this, the others wouldn't. We'll say that you talk about it along the day's travel or whatever. Windrest is a magic school. It's a place in the protected lands where wizards go to study magic, but it is several days travel up the road that peels off. But as you arrive at that intersection that heads north, there at that crossroads, out in the trees, you see there is about a dozen or more gypsy wagons that are spread out all through the trees, and in a clearing not far off the road there are 3 really large yurt-style tents. They're in sort of a triangle pattern, and then you notice there's a big large tarp that's strung between the center poles on the yurts that provide a covered area in the middle of these tents. Stuck in the ground, there is a sign that says, "The Dew Drop Inn." You see halflings, quite a large number of them milling about, doing their thing, trying to stay out of the rain and the cold weather. This looks like it would be a fantastic place to get out of the weather for the night.
Do I have any history of gypsies or halflings that I could call upon?
Absolutely. So you all. So in Emathan, as I mentioned, humans, halflings, and orcs were sort of the original races. Unlike your traditional halflings in Emathan are gypsies. So they travel around all the time with these big 2-story gypsy wagons that are their homes. They travel from place to place. This particular clan of gypsies, obviously runs a bit of a tent style inn that you are now approaching. You're approaching as a possibility to spend the night out of the weather.
Again, halflings come in all shapes and sizes as far as evil, good. Like, I'm just trying to tap into the history that we would know of them.
Halflings, generally speaking, have a reputation of being good people. Okay. The halfling gypsy clans have a reputation of always being very helpful to anyone that ever asks of their help.
Well, lads, this may not be a bad place to stop. I certainly could do with getting out of this weather.
I'd say me britches are soaked, but my britches is soaked. I got some in the bag. They're soaked. I'm ready to stop if you guys are ready to stop. Corvus, you're probably loving this, aren't you?
It does not bother me. But if you wish to stop, we'll stop.
Okay. Well,
Thanks, feller.
If you'd like, you could stay outside with the horses. Then I'm going inside.
Depending on the sizes of the rooms, I may.
Yeah, he might need a triple room to himself. Okay, we'll ride on up.
All right, you make your way up to the big yurt style tents. A halfling comes out to the edge of the tarped area, and he kind of looks up at the three of you and says, "Will you be looking for rooms for the night?"
Aye.
Oh, most excellent. We've hardly had anyone here in a couple of days, so we'd love to have you. You'll be stabling those horses, then, I assume.
Yes, please. Yes.
All right then. If you take them over there, they'll look after that, and then are you hungry then?
I look over at Nightingale and Corvus. I could use a morsel or two, eh?
A nice warm meal would do me the world of good.
Oh, excellent then. Excellent then. So you're going to want to head into the tent right over there, and you speak with Dalphin, and he'll make sure that you get everything you need over there.
Can I get your name, sir?
Oh, absolutely. My name is Largo.
Largo, thanks for your help. Stay dry, lad.
Oh, it looks like the lot of you should take a position over by the fire then, for sure, and make sure you dry off. It's just a miserable day, though, isn't it?
The worst. I can't tell you about my knees.
Oh, you too? The weather bother your knees, too?
All the time.
He says he can't tell it, but yet he talks about it all the time.
All right, so you ride over to where Largo had pointed. The stable is basically just a penned off area within the trees. They've tied poles to the trees. They got another one of those big tarps over to keep the area dry. Lots of hay and everything in there. Looks like it'll be good for the horses for the night. You grab your belongings and make your way over to the tent that Largo pointed out, and you head inside, and sure enough, it's nice and warm. There's a big in the center of the tent, there's a big fire that's going, warming the entire tent very nicely.
Well. Guess fortune favors the goblin
The cold.
slayers.
Fortune favors the cold.
Yeah.
All
Indeed.
right. There is a combination of tables and chairs that would be good for you guys, and some are clearly the size for halflings. There is a table right up beside the fire, and you make your way over and have a seat. And a few minutes later, a young lady makes her way over, and they have beside the regular sized tables, they have little steps that the halflings can climb up the 3 steps so that they're the right height to talk with all you big folk. Maybe not Corvus size folk, but this young halfling lady, comes up to the top of the little step stool, and she says, "Well, hello, everybody. My name is Marabella.
Daily.
And what is it I can get all of you?"
A hot meal, a hot place to sit, and preferably a tall drink that's stronger than ale. You lads, what do you want?
I'll take the same. Something like that might warm my innards.
Well, we've got a couple of meals that would be available to you tonight if you'd like them. We've got Samson has prepared a very nice roast chicken, potatoes, and boiled greens. Or if that's not to your fancy, we've got some venison and bean stew with buns. Any one of those interest you?
Take the stew and buns.
I'll have
Glass
the
of
benefit
milk.
as well.
I'll go for that bird. That sounds lovely.
Excellent. And now to drink, we've got, it's all made by us. We've got a very nice ale. Our wine is pretty good this year, but my goodness, Samson's mead is to die for.
And
Lay
I'd
it on
have
me.
to try one, yeah.
Maribel,
Our big
lay it
friend
on me.
there will take. Do you
I do
have?
not drink alcohol.
Oh, I wouldn't forget that. We've been to many establishment where you've rocked the world to some poor ass goat in the stables. Don't worry, my friend. I haven't forgotten. You got
You're the
something
one
that's
that
not.
keeps bringing it up before I can.
What?
Corvus, I have to
what-
ask you something. Sorry,
Go
Corvus,
ahead.
have
Go
you ever
ahead.
mistaken the teat for something else? Just a curiosity of mine.
I would never mistake it for your penis. Yours is too small for that.
Well,
Oh my word!
gentlemen, we've been on the road, ma'am. I apologize for my. friends.
What is it we could get for you, my big friend?
I'll take goat's milk or water.
Goat's milk. I think we could take care of that. Yes, indeed. I will get your food to you as soon as I can. I'll bring the drinks momentarily.
Thank you kindly.
She heads off, and yeah.
Is there anybody else?
You are alone.
Is there anybody else in the tent?
There is, so the big yurt has a central fire pit where the smoke is just kind of going up through an opening in the roof. Kind of far side from where you're sitting by the fire, there is the bar. There's probably a dozen tables in here, 8 of which are full-size tables, 4 of which are halfling-sized tables. It's empty in here except for you guys.
Okay.
Perfect. I'm tired of talking to people. You two just yap my ear off the whole way up here.
Allergies are kicking in.
Sorry about
They
that.
said they
Corey.
had not seen any customers in multiple days.
That's true.
That
Well, that
strikes me
this-
as odd for the King's Road, does it not? Seems that there would be at least some traffic every day.
Well,
That
when,
could just be the time of year, Corvus. You never know.
yeah. Let's ask Bell what's going on. Maybe they've heard stories. They get around, these halflings.
All right. A few minutes later, she was up at the bar there and got the drinks from the bartender. Comes back and she lays her little platter on there and dishes out the drinks and all of your food will be out here in just a little bit. Now what has you traveling this time of year?
I'm heading home, lass.
Oh, going home. That's fantastic. And what might be home?
It's I'm sure you've heard of Tionchar Wineries. That's home.
I believe I believe I have. That's in Evendor, is it not?
Yes, Mom.
Oh, well then you're not far from home at all. Maybe 4 or 5 more days travel then.
I believe so, yeah. Not gonna lie though, seeing your tent in this weather, a very welcome respite.
Oh, I know it's been such a miserable winter. We've hardly had anyone come by. The King's Road has been so quiet.
Well, tell me, lass, why do you think that is?
It's just far too miserable to travel. We normally get way more people come to us through the winter season than we've seen this year. It's just been terrible.
You think it's just due to the weather? There's nothing else?
I believe that's it. That's all I think.
I suppose
People
that's
just
could
aren't
be.
the usual merchants. They just don't stay. They have their own camps and it's just been terrible.
I'm sorry to hear.
Well, little lady, have you guys been camped out here a while now?
We have chosen to winter here. We cleared the area and prepared for winter. We tend to travel during the summers and then set up our little dewdrop inn during the winters, but this just has not turned out to be a good location at all.
No, I mean, not no one even traveling to Windrest. They usually get a decent traffic with the magic users there.
Yes, but not many of those magic folk apparently travel the roads. They all poofy puffy wherever they go.
Aye, that's true. Well, we're here. We'll eat as much as we can and drink as much as we can, lass.
Oh.
Hopefully we'll make up for a little bit.
I do hope so. It's got poor Delphin just worried to death.
Sorry to hear. Well, listen, I can tell you this. There's going to be another group traveling through here, okay? The main guy is named Bellin, okay? I'll make sure, when he comes by, you make sure that you take care of him, okay? He's going to be with 3 others, Brogir, Tandar, and Roko, okay?
Indeed. We will watch for them most certainly.
I don't think you'll miss them. They're from Easterly. They stand out like a sore thumb.
Oh, I've never seen anyone from Easterly. That'll be quite interesting.
Never understood the name of that place. Every place is east of someplace.
That's true. That's true, Cor. I never thought of it that way.
That's very profound.
I'll go check on your food. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
She tithers off, and the bartender comes over and comes up on the step up, and he looks at you all. And now, is everything to your liking?
Absolutely. You guys were a sight for sore eyes, or should I say wet eyes.
Oh, indeed. The wet weather has just been miserable.
Terrible. What?
All right,
do you
then.
have any
I'm
news?
sure Mirabella will look after you very well. And if when you need your drinks topped up, you just let me know. I'll make sure we do.
Let me ask you something. When did you guys set up tent here?
Oh, it was just at the end of the summer season.
We didn't come through here, right? On the way?
You did. You guys passed through here. You never stopped. Like most merchants, you made
Mhm.
your own camps every night.
Got it. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I would just say that I think in general, when we see halflings, we know they travel. So my default would be what news have you heard with your travels? You know, that's sort of like maybe I'm metagaming a little bit here, but if
Yeah, oh,
I
yeah.
stop at a halfling camp, what
But
news
I
do you
mean,
have?
as Maribel has mentioned, they've been hunkered down for the winter here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So most of the news that they're getting as of late is being brought to them, not the other way around.
yeah. Okay.
Well, then, is there anything we'd like to share, gentlemen, with this bunch?
I mean, it's really just big picture, right? We've got tumult in the the barrens there. We've got, what do you call it? Radiant beings taking over one of your companions. We've got a guy who wants to get back home to warn his people about, enslavement, and we don't know what the fuck's going on with Nightingale. So
He suddenly came out one day, he wasn't a jester anymore, and now he's a
yeah, it's like
cowboy.
we've got this Western movie star from the 1940s.
Well,
Uh-huh.
I do what I can for you folk.
Well, we appreciate it.
Maribel, I got a question for you, Maribel. You ain't seen any merchants coming through here selling sunstones, have you? You ever seen
My
a sunstone?
I am familiar with sunstones, but merchants don't stay here very often. Unfortunately, it's mostly just travelers.
Stay away from them, lass.
Oh, well, indeed I will then. So the food arrives. You guys dig in. It is absolutely to die for. The mead is everything that Mirabella promised it would be. It is just absolutely fantastic. Corvus, they do find you a nice mug of goat's milk.
Warm and frothy.
Yes, warm it right from the teat. And yeah, you continue eating, and it is now getting into early evening as you finish up your meals. And outside the tent, you hear the voices of halflings laughing and talking and such in that covered area that's between the three tents. So the tents are kind of set up 1, 2, 3 with this big tarp that covers all the middle of the triangle area. And in the middle there was a big, huge fire pit. And now outside you can hear they have fired up that fire pit, and it's crackling and snapping nicely out there.
Well, gentlemen, maybe we should step outside, check out the fire.
There's a fire right there.
Yeah. Excuse me.
I'm gonna head out to the big fire.
Okay, as you're leaving, Delphin kind of yells across, "Would you be needing those drinks topped up?"
Yeah.
I'll have them right out to you then. And you, big man, you want another one of them milks?
Nah, I'm fine.
Very well, then. All right, so you make your way out of the tent, and you find within, this central area, you saw it when you came in. Again, much like it was inside their sort of pub restaurant tent. There's a bunch of tables out here. There is a big, huge fire pit right in the middle, which is roaring nicely, kind of warming the whole area nicely. There's probably a dozen or more halflings sitting at their size tables around this area. They're kind of laughing and carousing, playing cards and dice games, and everybody's got a pipe. They're smoking, and they're just seems to be a usual gathering place for lots of them this time of evening, as it's now dark. The area is just kind of lit up by the fire pit and lanterns that are positioned around.
Well, do we want to just kind of mingle and see what the buzz is, fellers?
Douglin's gonna go as close to the fire as he can and just like rub his knees. Oh yeah, that feels good. Oh yeah.
It's very nice and warm by this big, almost bonfire big, that's just heating the whole area.
Nightingale, why don't you ask around then?
I'll see what I can gather.
Delphin comes out with your drinks and offers them up to you. There you go, gentlemen. Enjoy.
One hell of a mead.
Thank you very much. You need to talk to Samson. He makes that mead. It is to die for.
The best I've ever had.
Word happened to get out about that mead, and you guys would be awfully busy in a hurry.
Oh, we do wish that.
So
make sure you tell everyone you know. And even the ones you don't know. And he heads off back into the pub.
So we have 3 giants amongst halflings, basically. And one
Yes.
real giant.
One giant among
I was going to be like 3. I count 1.
Yeah.
Amongst little people and littler people.
So Corey Fairbanks will make his rounds, chatting with the folks and doing the best to persuade little tidbits of information. He's really going to be prying about if any of them got any information about Windrest and these mages, what they know of it, since I've never heard of a wizard school being a public place before.
So you make your way around, and everybody is very, very talkative. They between tipping back ales and puffing on their pipes and that they all seem to love to talk, but they don't seem to have very much to say. They talk about the weather. They talk about, so-and-so's cow went lame the other day, and so-and-so's hens have stopped laying eggs, and if they don't start laying soon, then he's going to have to chop off their heads and eat them, and you ask a few about Windrest, and all of their answers are pretty much the same. They all seem to know about the same amount. That it is a wizard school, and for they all know it is the place of magic within the protected lands, but nobody seems to walk up there. And they all use the same sort of, they poofy puff, and they all got their diddly-doos and their whizzy-wigs and their funny ways of describing how they all get there. And they're all just pissed off because nobody ever rides up there on a horse or a wagon.
Well, well, gentlemen. It would seem that unless you want to know about the livestock and local lives of these people, there ain't much here. I say we get a early night's rest and be able to head out early in the morning if the weather's good.
Sounds good.
So, just as you're kind of collecting yourselves, you know, deciding you might hunker off for the night to your accommodations. So, just a little more understanding. The tents are sort of divided. There's the kitchen and the area where they just deal with the laundry from the... One tent is the rooms, one tent is the pub, one tent is the kitchen and all of that sort of thing. A gentleman, an older man and a younger girl come into the central area, and you notice everybody, you know, it gets quieter in the space, and they're all kind of looking at this particular halfling. He kind of sizes up the three of you, and he makes his way over to Corvus, who's been, you know, just kind of sitting out there. I assume at some point, Corvus, you came out and sat at a chair and just kind of watched what was going on around there. He makes his way over to Corvus, and he looks, you know, kind of up at you there, and he says, good sir, could I possibly talk with you?
I may not return the conversation, but feel free to speak.
He's momentarily kind of taken back by your reply, but he climbs up, you know, with a little bit of effort onto one of the full-size chairs, and he remains standing, because if he sits, the table is pretty much like this. He looks at Corvus and he says, my name is Theory, and I am in charge of this camp. First of all, I would just like to thank you all for choosing to spend the night here with our little Dewdrop Inn. Unfortunately, things have not been as prosperous as we've had in some of the locations that we've picked in the past. But we've not had many of you larger folk here as of the past couple of days, and I do have something I need to ask of you, if possible.
You may ask.
Well, you see, we're in need of some help in finding a couple of members of our clan who have unfortunately gone missing, and well, my people could go after them, but we need someone. You appear to be the warrior type that might be able to look into their disappearance for us. Is there any chance you would be interested in that?
Probably. How long ago did they disappear?
It was a couple of days ago, unfortunately. We had a hunting party that they found a cave entrance, and a couple of the members of the hunting party entered the cave, and oh my goodness, they did not come back out again. The other members of the party were too fearful to enter as well to look for them. I fear that they are in trouble. I am hopeful that they are still okay, but would you... We don't have a lot of money, but I could pay 100 gold pieces for the return of our men. I'd be willing to give you 50 gold pieces up front, and 50 gold pieces upon their return. You three look like this is something that, well, is something that you could do. Am I correct?
Yes, it is something we could do. I said, you see the human over there, and I point to Douglin. It says you should ask him though, because currently we are on his mission, and it will be his decision whether or not we delay it.
Well, I thank you very much for your time, and I will speak. What is his name?
It's Douglin.
Douglin. And yours?
I am Corvus.
Corvus, thank you very much for your attention to my concern, and I will go speak with this Douglin at once.
All right.
He climbs down from the table. The younger girl that was with him was just kind of standing down there the whole time. The two of them make their way over to Douglin, who's warming his knees by the fire. And Theory comes over and says, Douglin, may I speak with you?
Of course. What was your name again?
My name is Theory, and this here is my daughter, daughter Saffron, and we need your assistance. I have spoken to your big friend over there, Corvus. He said I should speak with you. Several days ago, 2 members of one of our hunting parties went missing inside of a cave, and unfortunately our people are too scared to pursue them, which is terrible in and of itself, but we are hopeful that maybe you could go looking for them. I have another one of the members of the party, Philibert. He will take you to the location. As I mentioned to Corvus, we will pay 50 gold pieces up front for their return, and 50 gold pieces more if you are able to bring them back to us. I do wish we could pay more, but it has been a long winter with far too few paying customers.
You know, Theory, had you asked me about a week ago, I'd have turned you down. But it seems that Gath has a different purpose for me now. And that is to protect those that cannot protect themselves. So tell me all you can about where they went missing, what happened to them, what were they doing there, and we'll see that they get returned safe and sound.
Oh, most excellent. Saffron, quickly, go get Philibert. Bring him back here at once to tell this gentleman what he knows. So, maybe five minutes or so later, Saffron comes back with this other halfling gentleman who comes up, and Theory says, Philibert, tell this gentleman what you know. And Philibert looks up at you. Well, you see, we was hunting, and we found a cave. We'd never seen this cave before. It's not a big entrance, but a couple of the boys thought it would be a good idea if they crawled in there to see what was going on. So Edmund crawled in there first, and we waited, and we waited, and we waited, and he never come back. So Turpin said, well, I'll go in and get him. So Turpin crawled in there, and just like Edmund, we waited, and we waited, and we waited, and we waited, and they never come back out of there. So we got back to camp as soon as we could, and we told everybody, but they's all too scared to go looking for him.
How far away is this?
Oh, it's maybe 3 hours for one of us, so... Well, we can't run as fast as you big folk.
True.
Well, Nightingale, Corvus, it seems we have another damsel in distress situation. What say you? Shall we go retrieve these lads?
I say if you're in the protected lands and you find a dark hole, you goddamn well avoid it.
Well, I can't
Not
disagree
talking
with
about
that
your
anymore,
mother right
but
now.
it sits well in the category of it seemed like a bloody good idea at the time, but you know, here we
can't
are.
fault curiosity, young man.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that the lesson learned is not a fatal one, eh? But what say you, gents? You're gonna go help these lads.
What's a couple hours out of our day?
Well, we're
Sounds
not going
good.
there now. It's far too late, but we could leave at first light.
Very
Indeed,
first
indeed.
light.
That's
right
what
then.
my intent was.
So, Theory. All right then, Philibert, be on with you. You go get some sleep, and you'll show these gentlemen where the cave entrance is in the morning. Then. So
Let's
Theory looks.
Sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Oh, I was just gonna say if we could stock up on maybe some extra torches and lanterns.
They will provide you with whatever you need for torches and lanterns. So feel free to add that to your inventory as required.
Already have both those things. I'm good.
I'm just gonna add a few. I'll top off my torches to 10. And let's see here. Get some oil. I'm gonna top off the oil to 10.
Carrying 10 vials of oil?
It's a lot of
It's
oil.
always good. Well, I like to throw things and burn it.
It's good on
Ever
an
since
old
I was
guy's
a kid.
skin too. It keeps it supple.
Yeah, that's true. It's more like rubbing lotion.
I think he's oiling his joints, Corvus.
I got Jergens.
Start
It's
calling this guy
Jergens
the Tin
oil.
Man.
Listen, lads, when you get to be my age, let's see if you're still doing the shite that I'm doing, huh? You guys will be in bed somewhere crying.
When I get
All
to
right.
be your
So
age.
Theory says, "Well, we'll meet you at first light then, and Philibert will make sure that you get back to that cave entrance, and hopefully you can find our boys." So he looks around. Saffron, be gone with you. I need to talk to them alone. She takes off, and gentlemen, Edmund is betrothed to Saffron, and she's absolutely sick with him gone. Please find him. Please find him.
We'll bring
I will be
those
straight
boys
with
back.
you. I'll be straight with you. If he's been gone for 2 days, chances are not good we will find him alive.
Corvus, shut your pie hole, goddammit.
We will
Do
hope.
not shush me.
We will hope for the best.
I shush
we will
him
hope
on.
for the best.
Come on now.
We will
Sometimes
be-
people need hope.
And sometimes they need honesty.
You don't know what's happened to them.
You two stop bickering like an old married couple, will you? Theory doesn't need to hear your dramas.
All right. With that, Theory takes off, heads off to their gypsy wagon, and after another couple of ales, which Theory is now said is everything is on the house for you guys. You head off to your rooms, which are Corvus, you'll be happy to know, are surprisingly spacious. Nice big bed that will accommodate you. Clearly, they are looking for the big folk.
Only
as
from the
they're-
knee down hangs off the end. It's not bad.
Yeah, exactly. Only from these beds, which is better than usual for you. It's only mid calf is hanging over the bed. Yeah, absolutely. All right, gentlemen, with that, I think we'll put the pause button on her for the night. It is 11:55.
It's a good place to
And,
stop. Yep.
I think this will be a good place to pick up next session, so I will I will close off the stream for the night. Thanks for
Thanks for
Barry
tuning in.
For what? Thanks for Barry for
Thank
watching
you,
and me for watching.
Cleveland. Thank you all for attending our Twitch channel. Have a good night.
All right, and we'll close